Welcome to the June meeting of the Planning Committee. At the outset, I'm going to bring in Councillor Maguire.
Glenn, and just for correctness, in the absence of Councillor Thomas O'Reilly as the nominating officer for Sinn Féin, I'd like to nominate yourself, Glenn Campbell, for the pro tem chair of this meeting.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Feely?
Yeah, I'll second that if you need a second, Glenn. No, best of luck.
No problem. Okay, members, so you're all very welcome, and welcome to those joining us online as well or following online. So item 1, any apologies? Councillor Maguire?
Glenn, Councillor Thomas O'Reilly and Councillor Sean Donnelly. Thank you, Chair.
That's okay. And Councillor Coyle?
Councillor Garrity's coming there
Just arrived. Time, okay. So item 2 then is to sign the minutes of the previous meeting. I'm sorry, we have an apology from Councillor Thompson as well to record. And just the minutes of the previous meeting has been sorted. Okay. Item 3 then, any declarations of interest? Councillor Rainey?
Application number 2, LA 10 2021 0592 F.
Okay, Councillor Rainey. Any other declarations of interest? I would like to note a declaration of interest in relation to application number 3, LA 10 2019 1392 F. Just to make note that I'm an employee of Southwest College, but I do not believe that there's any pecuniary or material interest, but I just want to note that, and I will be taking part in discussion on the decision. Okay, item 4 then, matters arising from the minutes on the 20th April 2021. Are we happy to adopt the minutes then? She's proposed, Councillor Irving. Seconded, Councillor Maguire. And then item 5 is matters arising from the 19th of May 2021. Proposed, Councillor Deehan. Oh, sorry. Seems to be the one next to you. I'll try this.
Oh, here it is now. Thank you, Chair, and good luck in chairing the meeting today. No, just in terms of matters arising, agenda item number 5, page 8, 8.1, we had a discussion regarding convening a special council meeting with NI Water representatives regarding wastewater capacity. And I just wondered, have we set a time and date for that meeting, Chair? Thank you.
If I could just clarify that I've sent request off to NI Water, but I haven't heard back in terms of the date yet. But do you all 4 members of that?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to propose the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Feely. Okay, so item 6, members, then is to consider 3 files for decision by the Planning Committee, and application number 1 is LA 10 2021 0296 LBC, and that's the installation of Telecoms apparatus. Let Darren present the.
Okay, members. So good afternoon then. So application 1 then is LA 10 2021 0296 LBC. So it's a listed building consent application for the installation of telecommunication apparatus in the town hall in Enniskillen, and the applicant is Fibrous Networks Limited. So we'll just take you through some of the details. The works do not require planning permission. and they're quite minor in nature, and they're all internal inside the existing building. However, as the building is listed, the works do require listed building consent. So on the screen, you can see the town hall site identified in green, and it's annotated then on the plan as well. So the town hall street's obviously at the front, identified with a yellow star with Water Street to the side. And the route then of the network and the infrastructure will then come in off Town Hall Street and follow the green arrow. So I'll just go through that in more detail. So you can see the yellow stars, the main street then. There's a box then on the right-hand side of the ground. And you can see the wires and cables inside the chamber that's there at the moment. The duct into the town hall is identified up in the corner. And the access then will come through there into the building through the ground floor along the area or the line in the green arrow. So it'll come in through the front of the building and then into the ground floor before then going down to the basement level and following the green arrow into the comms room. In terms of the internal works, you can see then these are photographs just showing where the works will be. So they're all hidden away in the sort of upper areas above the corridors and out of sight. Comes through the basement corridor, the kitchen then, and then the plant room, etc. Before arriving into the plant room itself, and there'll be equipment then sitting in beside the existing infrastructure that's already there. So overall, the works are minor in nature. They require consent as it's a listed building. The council has consulted with the Department for Communities who are content with the proposal and have no issues. So the recommendation then is to approve for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 2 conditions.
Okay, Councillor Irvine.
I've read through the paper. I'm happy to go with the officer's recommendation to propose approval. Thank you, Chair.
So we have a proposal. Councillor Garrity.
Thank you very much, Chair. Happy to second that on this occasion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then to application number 2, and that is LA 10 2021 0592F, and that's that is the Ulster American Folk Park. That's the art installation. I'll ask Darren to present the application.
So application 2 then is LA 10 2021 0592. It's a full application.
Sorry, cross you, Darren. I'm not trying to be picky or anything. We had a proposal and it was seconded, but it wasn't put to the committee. We need just to get it on the record unless I missed it. Sorry.
Okay, so we have a proposal seconded. Is everyone in agreement? Councillor?
Sorry, I'm not trying to be picky or anything.
Okay, so the second application is LA 10 2021 0592. It's a full application for a new art installation at the American Folk Park, and the applicant then is the council. The recommendation then is to grant full permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 1 condition. Just took members through the details. I'm sure you know the Folk Park well. You can see the location then off the road. The site then is identified by the red rectangle, so it's just in front of the reception building at the entrance into the Folk Park building. The sculpture itself then is made up of words, which the artist says are the building blocks of sculpture to reflect the communication of the people by stories and music and the oral tradition. So the sculpture is 2.7 meters in height, overall 9.1 meters long. And you can see the width of it then is about 3.1, so substantial art sculpture. It's well sited in front of the existing building and will complement the character and appearance of the area. Looking down on it, you can see the shape and the alignment of it with the oval shape around the building just as a setting. And then that's the artist's impression of how to look within the context of the site. As in the top left, you can see the detailed shots, and the sculpture itself will be made up of the words, and those will be made out of hot dipped galvanized steel. So the recommendation then is to grant full planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, and subject to the 1 condition.
Okay, members, do we have a proposer? Is that Councillor Deehan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Darren, for your report. I think this is a lovely piece of artwork, and I'm happy to propose that we approve planning permission for this application, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Irving?
Yeah, I'm happy to second Councillor Deacon's proposal to go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, so we have a proposer and a seconder in support of the officer's recommendation. Are we all in agreement? Agreed. Members, at this point, I wanted something I should have done at the outset. Item 7, application number 1, LA 10 2021 0098F. That's retention of the retaining wall. We may have further information on that, and I want to ask Darren maybe to make a few comments at this point.
Yes, Mayor. So in relation to the application, LA 10 2021 0098, it's a full application for the retention of the retaining wall and other works by Anita Quinn at Glennon Park, Killyclogher. Just to advise members, amended plans were received yesterday from the applicant through their agent. Those plans are material to the application and will obviously require the neighbours to be consulted again. So if members were content, I'd ask that the application is deferred for 1 month to allow the public consultation to take place. Officers will reconsider the plans and take into account any representations that are received and then bring that back again to you in July.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to go with the recommendation as proposed by Darren that we defer for a month back to consider the new information, bring it back to the committee. So thank you very much.
Councillor Garrity?
Thanks, Chair. I will second that.
Okay, are members all in agreement with deferral? Okay, members, and also at this point, I think it would be useful maybe to take forward with your agreement items 8 and 9 so that we could clear those from the agenda while we get organised for the next application. Item 8 is to note the schedule of planning decisions issued in May 2021. That's paper C. For information, Councillor Feely to note, sorry, and Councillor Irving.
Yeah, happy to propose noting, Chair. Thank you.
That and all in agreement? Okay, members. And item 9 is to note the update report on planning enforcement in May 2021, and that's paper D for information. Councillor Irving?
Yep. Happy to propose noting. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Garrity? Okay, members. This point we will move to item. We'll revert back to where we were on the agenda and we'll go to application number 3. We're just waiting to get speakers in the chamber for that. 6, application number 3, LA 10 2019 1392F. That's the mixed use retail and leisure development as described in the agenda. And there is speaking rights in request of this application, and at the appropriate time I will facilitate those representations. And I'll ask Paul to introduce the application.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So moving on to application number 3, planning reference is LA 10 2019 1392F. And the proposal is a full application for a mixed use retail and leisure development comprising 5 retail units with 2 garden centres, 1 indoor adventure play unit, hotel, cinema, bowling alley, coffee pod, drive-through restaurant, self-service pay at the pump station, car parking spaces, accesses from the Cornagrade Road and Irvinstown Road, landscaping, retaining walls, and associated site works. The location is lands at the former Unipork site, which are now vacant, located east of Cornagrade Road and west of Irvinstown Road, to the south of Cherrymount Link Road, Irvinstown Road, Cornagrade Road roundabout, and north of numbers 4 to 34 Kilmaccormick Road and numbers 124 to 152 Hillview Road, Enniskillen. The applicant is Elm Grange Limited, and the recommendation is to refuse plan permission for 4 reasons which are set out within the report. And just to sort of, before we get into the detail, members, just to be aware that this application was presented, and you'll be aware it was presented in December past. And I just wanted to advise members that the case officer's report in this accompanying presentation looks at the application in its entirety. It is not an addendum. Just also to update members, there's been a further 26 representations received since the report was published, 25 representations of support, and a summary of those issues relate to produce more jobs, Enniskillen needs a proposal, land is an eyesore, it's not an out-of-town location, McDonald's is now in the TP Topping site, and transport links to other hubs is not available. There was one objection, and the main issue there was take business away from the town centre. In addition to that, we had a further legal opinion from Mr. Elvin QC was submitted yesterday. And in summary, this provides comments on the objector's legal opinion from Mr. Tucker QC and Mr. Humphreys. And Mr. Elvin, within that, just to give you a summary, outlines that in his opinion there are several points where the objector's opinion is wrong or has made material errors. And that includes a failure to read the SPPS policies as a whole, and adopting a forensic approach to the language used, and the use of the word sites in the plural, and the requirement for disaggregation. Mr. Elvin also goes on to look at the background and public consultation documents to the SPPS in support of his views. Mr. Elvin also outlines that for some further comments on the case officer's report, and suggests that the case officer's report has misunderstood the policy in the SPPS, overlooked key messages from case law, and ignored reality. Mr. Elvin also considers the officer's opinion that the previous permission on the Unipork site has expired. So that's a summary of all issues that's been raised since the publication of the report, members, and I'll move on and present the detail. So this is the site location plan. The extent of the application site is outlined in red. You can see the Donnelly's car garage there is annotated by the purple star, just to the north of the site. And it fronts 2 roads, the Irvinstown Road to the east and the Cornagrade Road to the west. This is an aerial image of the application site, and you can see the sort of extent of the existing works on the site. Again, the extent of the site is outlined in red. There is 2 accesses proposed. The approximate locations of those are annotated with the purple arrows, one off the Irvinstown Road and one off the Cornagrade Road. This is a photo of the application site from the Cornagrade Road, and the application site is on the right-hand side. This is a photo of the application site from the Irvinstown Road. And you can see the application site is in on the left-hand side, and it's significantly elevated above road level. So just moving on to look at the block plan, members, shows the layout of the development, and you can see the main retail elements of the proposal is laid out in a U-style form, the southern portion of the site. The other commercial and leisure developments are more centrally located and located to the north. The adjoining residential properties on the Irvinstown Road are circled by the red. There is two accesses to the development, as previously mentioned. One from the Cornagrade Road, entrance via the Purple Star. And as you enter the development, the first element that you'll see is the petrol station on the right, the hotel on the left, and the bowling alley and cinema further ahead. And as you progress further in the development, you'll come to the coffee pod and central parking. From the other entrance off the Irvinstown Road, there'll be a split, and you can go left, which takes you up and behind the retail units to the service areas. If you veer right, that takes you into the main part of the development. And again, first element that you'll meet is the drive-through restaurant and the bowling alley then on the right-hand side. And as you go further in, then the coffee pod and the central parking area. Just to take members through some of the different elements of the development. I'm going to show members the elevation of units 1 to 4, the front elevation, just as if you were standing in the central parking area at the yellow star looking towards the units. And the top elevation there is the front elevation, which you'd be looking at, 4 units. The height of those units is just over 9 meters. And the units will be finished in the Kingspan panel, some cedar cladding to the front. And the bottom elevation is the elevation which will be facing the Kilmaccormick and Hillview developments, residential developments, to the rear. And you can see the garden centre there is circled in red again, and it's located at the rear of Unit 1. So this is the floor plan of those units, and you can see all single story, ground floor nature with their own independent accesses. Units 1 and 2 are just over 2,000 square meters. Units 3 and 4 are 1,000 square meters apiece. And Unit 1 then is linked to the garden centre, and there's an internal link there just where the purple arrow is. So moving on then to look at units 5 and 6, and I'll show you a 3D image, which is basically again taken from approximately the yellow star within the car parking area looking towards those units. And that's a 3D image of Unit 5, which will be for the anchor tenant, the range. Again, units are 9 meters in height, Kingspan panel and finishing, with some cedar clad in the front elevation. This is the floor plan of the units. See Unit 5 and 6. Unit 5 again is the anchor tenant, the range, and Unit 6 is the adventure play area. Unit 5 is over 3,000 square meters. Unit 6 is approximately 1,000 square meters. And Unit 5 then is internally linked via the purple arrows to the garden centre, which sits to the side. Another important elevation will be that public aspect of Cornagrade Road. And I'll show members a 3D image from that location looking towards the development. And you can see here that this has been specifically designed to give a vibrant frontage to the Cornagrade Road. Sort of topography and the levels have been dealt with sympathetically. Various landscaping and retaining features have all been dealt with well to give that vibrant frontage along Cornagrade Road. So we'll move on to look at the coffee pod, centrally located, circled in red. Standalone building, single story again. The This is the front elevation, a 3D of that. It's approximately 4 meters in height. Finished with a brick finish, cladding the upper section and trocal to the flat roof. So this is the floor plan of development, and you can see entrance to the front elevation there is via the yellow star and the purple arrow, and that takes you into the main seating area with the counter and servery then further on the right. The overall coffee pod's approximately 238 square meters. Move on to look at the drive-through. Again, centrally located within the development and circled in red. And these are the 4 elevations. Top left elevation, members, is the front elevation. And again, it's a standalone unit, single story. It's 4 meters in height, brick finish with cedar cladding, the upper section, and trocal flat roof. In terms of floor plan, it's more of a rectangular building with 2 entrances, one to the front and one to the side elevations. And those are annotated there with the purple arrows. Both takes you into the sort of main customer seating area, with again the counter and the kitchen prep area further on and on the right. So looking at moving on to look at the bowling alley and the cinema, which adjoins the residential properties along the Irvinstown Road. Circled again in red. So again, this is it's one building consisting of 2 elements. On the left-hand side is the cinema, which is approximately 7 meters in height. And on the right-hand side, you've got the bowling alley, which is approximately 5 meters in height. You have a central totem, which is approximately 16 meters in height. Again, the finishes, brick finish, the external walls. You've got cedar cladding and a trocal roof finish to the flat roof. This is the floor plan of the building, and the entrance is centrally located via the yellow star, which will bring you into the main lobby. And as you're in the main lobby, you can turn right then into the bowling alley. Typical layout of a bowling alley. You've got your bar and your lanes seating area, and it's an 8-lane bowling alley. If you enter the building, you're going towards the cinema, then you'll be turning left, and you've got your 5-screen cinema then on the left, and again, typical layout of a cinema. Overall, that building's just in around maybe just short of 2,000 square meters. Moving on then to look at the hotel, which is located in the most northerly portion of the site. Again, circled in red, and this is key location in the site, facing a roundabout. Again, 2 elements to this building. You've got your single-story restaurant and bar, and you've got a 3-story hotel accommodation. Single-story element is just over 5 meters in height, and the 3-story hotel accommodation is about 13.5 meters. The external finish is again a render, white render with a mixture of brick and a trocal roof finish and kingspan panels to the hotel accommodation. This is a floor plan of a single-story element, and you can see here your restaurant and seating area and your bar. There's approximately 100 plus seats or covers. And you've got your external terrace as well, just to the bottom of the slide, which overlooks the roundabout. Entrance into the linkway to the hotel accommodation is via the purple arrow, just to the side of the reception and lobby. And this is the floor plan, the ground floor plan of the hotel. Again, pretty standard layout to the rooms. Got a mixture of double bed and 1 single beds, and that's 54 rooms over 3 floors. And this is a key elevation to the roundabout, and you can see the external terrace there gives it a good vibrant frontage to that key elevation. Moving on, the last element, the petrol station. And as you access the development from the Corner Grade Road, it'll be the first element of the development that you'll meet on the right-hand side, and again circled in red. So again, pretty standard layout. It's a self-service petrol filling station with a canopy, just over 5 meters in height, 6 islands and 12 bays. So members, just look, moving on to look at some of the key issues then with the development. Now we've went through the detail. Members will be aware that there's been an objection from one of the properties on the Irvinstown Road, and we'll just look at the proximity of the bowling alley and cinema to that, and that element of development there is circled in red. So here's the two properties on the Irvinstown Road. In '94 had submitted an objection to the application, that's annotated there with a yellow star. So this is a blown up image, just to give members an idea of the proximity of the building to 94. And I've taken a few photographs from the rear garden there, looking towards the development, and I'll move on to show you those next. What I would note is the orientation of the cinema, which doesn't run parallel to the rear boundary. It runs more at a 45-degree angle. That looks like it's been a specific design feature to avoid any impact on 94. It's also worth noting there that there'll be an acoustic barrier along the rear, which will consist of a 1100 high wall with a 1.9 meter double boarded fence to the top, and that'll obviously have to be supplemented with vegetation just to soften the visual impact of that. So we'll look at the photos from the rear garden. As you look straight on, that's where the cinema will be. And the cinema is 7 meters in height. The separation distance from that property to the cinema is 21 meters, approximately. And as I say, again, just looking at the orientation, which goes at a 45-degree angle, approximately from that rear boundary, and that avoids any impact on the amenity. Looking to the left, then you can see the bowling alley will be behind the mature planting, and there is a rise in levels. The development will be sitting more elevated. So looking towards the lower element of development, you see the car parking, and then behind that will be the hotel accommodation. Again, there's existing mature trees and vegetation there, and the boundary that I had mentioned previously will run right along this rear boundary of the property, and that will have to be softened with vegetation. So moving on to look at some of the other key issues with the application, we'll look at retail impact, and this is an extract from the Fermanagh Area Plan, which shows the location of the town centre boundary in comparison to the site. The inner black line there is the town centre annotated, and the application site's approximately 1.1 kilometres in from the town centre. And the application site there, you can see it's annotated with a yellow star, and the outer black line then, it represents the development limits. Given that out of centre location, then the agent has done a detailed assessment of retail impact on the town centre. That's a requirement of policy. And there's been various submissions in terms of retail impact. The applicant, in terms of solus impact, 8%, total impact 7%. Objectors, various ranges of impacts from 10 to 17%. And the council then estimating impact at approximately 14-15%. And as members know, retail impact on its own needs to be, it really needs to be taken in context with other factors, including the health of the centre. And we'll move on to look at some of the issues with that now. One of those is the composition of the town centre and the amount of vacancies within key locations within the town centre. Again, some further long established vacancies within the town centre, particularly in the primary retail core. It's noted, you'll see in the report, members, that the trend of vacancies has increased and it's sitting now just over 14%, and that's higher than the UK average. And you can see here there's some high profile recent vacancies, Dorothy Perkins and Easons, all within the town centre again. Again, some more recent vacancies. The one left, Family Butchers, more towards the eastern end of the town centre. And then more vacancies within Ironside. And it's likely that that trend has continued of increased vacancies. And again, potential high profile vacancy within the town centre primary retail core of Top Shop and Top Man. Another issue then is the sort of composition of the town centre in terms of smaller retailers, and Enniskillen has a high proportion. Approximately 62% of occupiers are smaller and independent traders, and it's fair to say that those smaller independent traders will find it more difficult to absorb any impact from an out-of-town development. Within the town centre, again, there's a high composition of comparison goods retailers who will be directly affected. Here we're looking at B&M Bargains, who does bulky goods, sort of range of bulky goods in terms of garden furniture and household furniture. At the Railway Junction Retail Park, we have Curry's, who does electrical goods, who will again, town centre location will be impacted directly. We have Town, who's located on the Wellington Road, also within the town centre, and they sell obviously toys, which is a form of bulky goods, and they will be directly impacted. You have some units here at Derry Chara, in terms of Screwfix, who also does bulky goods in terms of your DIY, and just in the background there, Enniskillen Carpet Centre, which would also fit that bulky goods category and will be directly impacted. This is upstairs, downstairs, again located in Derry Chara, within the town centre location, and they actually have 2 units here, selling again a range of household furniture in terms of beds, and they will be directly impacted. What is also important to note there, members, is an upper floor display, while occupiers sort of push towards that showroom concept of displaying, and then whenever you purchase, that's delivered, and you can see the delivery van there in the picture. Next, at Ironside, also sell a range of household furniture and fall within the bulky goods description, and they will be directly impacted. Ironside falls within the town centre. Again, Argos sells a range of bulky good items located within Ironside and within the town centre, will also be directly impacted. And again, Harry Corey, also located within Ironside. And members, they have been sort of annotated within the supporting statement as a potential occupier type. And just to note again that they don't have their own sort of independent access on the approximate car parking. Their access is within a sort of communal area within the shopping centre. Moving on then to one of the other issues, given the out of town location of the development, in terms of a sequential assessment, which the agent has done a detailed assessment. And the sequential assessment starts within the town centre, and this is again as an extract taken from the Fermanagh area plan, which shows the town centre. We have the primary retail core, which runs from Belmore Street in the east to Church Street in the west. That area is sort of identified there with the red circles, and that's the starting point for any sequential assessment. And the council has identified, as you'll note, a composite site, which is located towards the eastern portion of the town centre. It's annotated there in purple. So the composite site here is outlined in red, and you can see like it occupies a key retailing area within the town centre. You have Railway Junction Retail Park just to the north, Dunn's adjoining, and then to the south you have Ironside, the units at Derrychara, Asda and Tesco, and there's all sorts of synergies then that can be achieved in that location. There's also a substantial number of car parking areas in the location, and those are all highlighted there with the purple star. And then the public transport, Ulster Bus Depot is located to the left-hand side of the slide with a yellow star. So this is a sequentially preferable site which officers have identified. You see it's made up of various parcels. The Station Green and Car Park, the TP Toppin site, and the Southwest College. The Station Green and Car Park adjoins the TP Toppin site there to the top of the slide. And you can see that the TP Toppin site is very close proximity to the Southwest College, 70 metres. And just in comparison, roughly the distance from Unit 5, the anchor unit, to the hotel is approximately 135 metres. And just looking at the overall size of the application site here, you can see it's coming in at 6.5 approximately hectares. Ancillary works make up the most of that. And within the town centre location, there's a substantial provision to reduce that. I'm going to just show members a photograph taken from the frontage of the TP Toppin site looking towards the Southwest College, just from the approximate location there, the yellow star. You can see the college there. You can see you can get there's a good visual link between both. You've got your pedestrian linkages and your crossing points there circled in red, and the area to the front of the college where the students will congregate. This is just an aerial image just to show the footpaths and the crossing points again. You can see TP Toppins is annotated there on the right, and the Southwest College on the left. And the footpaths are in red and the crossing points are in blue, and there's various there in the immediate vicinity. This is just a photograph on the Dublin Road of the TP Toppin site. And the frontage is a good frontage to the site of 55 metres. Members will note from the report that there's been a recent application submitted for a drive-through McDonald's restaurant. The reference is LA10 2021 0674. And that's located on a portion of the TP Toppin site. The northern portion of the site doesn't form part of the application. And members will be aware that the actual proposal includes summer development of a drive-through restaurant. And whilst one of the constraints outlined in the assessment by the agent was access on the Dublin Road, you can see here very clearly that the proposal does have access on the Dublin Road, and there's various justification for that within the reports. Officers will contend that this demonstrates that this development is suitable for the broad type of the site is suitable for the broad type of development in terms of that drive-through restaurant. Moving on then, just to look at a photograph taken from the front part of the Station Green site, looking towards TP Toppins. You can see here just on the left, the sort of extent of the Station Green site runs down to the car. It's annotated there by a red arrow. And just opposite that is the TP Toppin site, the rear element of that site. So looking more specifically now then at the overall Station Green development, and this is the master plan. You can see on the right hand side there, there's 3 units and those have been approved, L2012-0341. Those have been approved for retail, and the front element, L2012-0452, that is an approval for 3 floors of retail with offices and apartments above. It's worth noting that that approval has been commenced, lawfully commenced, with certificates of lawful development submitted and approved. And that provides for just over 8,000 square meters of retail floor space. And in terms of the agent's assessment of that site as an alternative, he feels that it's only capable of accommodating one 3,005 square meter unit and one 300 square meter unit, which obviously gives a substantial reduction of over 50%. And you know, that shows the inflexibility in the approach, because really that's been approved and commenced for 8,000 square meters of retail floor space, and there's potential for further. This is just a photograph of the front elevation, or the front site for Station Green. This is a photograph of the rear Station Green site, which is approved L 2012-0341. This is the approved front elevation of the rear Station Green site with the 3 units. 2 of those have mezzanine floors, and there's scope for the other upper floor accommodation. Members will note from the representations that the range had previously been in discussions with the owner of Station Green, and this is a 3D image that was done for that development. Again, members, the composite site sits within a sort of a key retailing area, key retail and leisure area, with all your various retailing units, including Ironside, as the Tesco, Railway Junction Retail Park, all in close proximity. You also have the Lakeland Forum there to the left of the slide, Fort Hall Park and Celtic Park, and this is composite site offers a key opportunity for this scheme, and officers would suggest that it is suitable and available for the broad type of development that's proposed here. So, members, in summary, officers recommend refusal for 4 reasons. 1, the proposal is contrary to SPPS, as it has been established that an alternative sequentially preferable site exists within Enniskillen Town Centre, which would be suitable for this broad type of development. 2, the proposal is contrary to SPPS and that the agent has not demonstrated sufficient flexibility in his approach to sequential assessment. 3, the proposal is contrary to the SPPS and that the proposal will have a significant adverse impact on the trade and turnover of the town centre's vitality and viability, and planned private sector investment in the form of Station Green developments and associated car parking works, and generally investor confidence in the town centre. And 4, the proposal is contrary to the SPPS and that it is judged to be harmful in balancing the overall impacts on the trade and town turnover of the town centre's vitality and viability, and planned private sector investment in the form of Station Green developments and associated car parking works, and generally investor confidence in the town centre.
Okay, members, we'll now facilitate representation from those with speaking rights. And it may be that maybe one person or more want to speak, but in terms of those in support of the application, there's 10 minutes according to our plan and protocol allocated. So you may wish to divide the time amongst yourselves or agree that. I would ask that you maybe introduce yourself before speaking, and I'll keep an eye on the time and maybe flag up when we're getting close to the 10 minutes. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Glenn, and sorry for jumping in, but it's a point of accuracy. In the presentation, Paul referred to a road as Cherrymount Link Road. I don't believe that is the name of the road. I believe the council named it Ballochna-Cranoiga. Is it the same road we're talking about?
It was, thanks, Councillor. I was referring to the roundabout, Cherrymount Link roundabout.
I think you said Cherrymount Link Road. The road was actually named by the council as Ballochna-Cranoiga quite a number of years ago. So,
yeah,
just to correct that inaccuracy. Thank you, Paul.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. That is noted. And I suppose I should also formally welcome you to I know that there's been a previous meeting here, but my first time welcoming you to the committee. And in your own time, maybe, as I say, just introduce yourself and
Chairman, I'm going to go first, then Mr. Loughery is going to take up the rest of the time, if that's convenient.
First, he's online.
Nope.
I'll speak.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Questions. So that's the sort of what we present this.
no problem. You're Mr. Loughery?
Mr.
Loughery, no problem. Okay, so yeah, Mr. David Elvin QC is online, and also Grant McBurley. So David Elkin will speak at this point then.
Yes, can I just check that you can hear me first? Hello, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
I can.
I can as well.
I can as well. Yes, I can.
Good. Chairman, can you hear me?
It sounds like everybody on the WebEx can hear you, David, but not the chair. I'll send him a chat message.
Can we make sure that the setup in
Thanks for your patience. We haven't used any of the allocated time at this point, so I'll welcome Mr. Elvin back to speak at this point.
Afternoon, Chairman and members. I'm going to make a few preliminary remarks on the approach to the policy tests in the officer's report, and then Mr. Lockery will deal with the bulk of things. Really, members, the key point I want to get across to you is, and one which really, I'm sorry to say, is missed by the officer's report, is that the whole approach to deciding issues of suitability of alternative sites under the SPPS policy is that you have to acknowledge commercial reality. A major error that officers have made in the report, and we've said this before and it just hasn't been taken on board, is to treat the Tesco case in the Supreme Court as if it were just any other planning decision. For example, page 25(4) of the report. It is the decision of our highest court as to what the concept of suitability means in the context of a town centre policy, which was the Scottish version, but it's materially similar to the SPPS. And if you look at the history of the SPPS consultation, you'll see it was taken into account when the minister consulted on the SPPS back in 2014, 2015. And what the Supreme Court has said is suitable means whether an alternative site is suitable for what is proposed, not whether the proposed development can be altered or reduced so it can fit on an alternative site. So there has to be reality in the approach. And unfortunately, both Mr. Tucker's opinion and the officer's report mislead you as to what policy means. And it's important, we say, and we'd hope you would follow this, is to look at the SPPS policy realistically and commercially. The approach which officers have accepted from Mr. Tucker plucks words out of context in the SPPS. You'll be familiar with the relevant town centre policies in the SPPS, but for the relevant group of policies, 6280 to 6289, it uses plurals. So the fact that sites is mentioned in a couple of paragraphs doesn't tell you anything. It just means it's dealing with applications, proposals, developments, and of course sites. It doesn't say, and you'd expect it to say so in terms, if you could split a proposal up and spread it across a number of sites, which is precisely what the Supreme Court says you shouldn't do. Mr. Tucker is not aware or doesn't refer to the history of the SPPS. He doesn't acknowledge the importance of the Tesco case, says, oh, well, it's ambiguous, which suits his purpose. But we're really keen that members don't rule our site out in principle because of an unrealistic and uncommercial approach to what has been proposed elsewhere. And a classic example of that uncommerciality and unreality is if you look at what's called the composite site. Take apart the fact that TP Toppings is no longer available, and Mr. Lockery will speak to that. It is an utterly unrealistic site to treat as a single composite site. You've got to cross the Dublin Road from the college site to TP Toppings, and then you've got to go through the back to the other site. Now, if that other site was so attractive, given it's got planning permission, has had it for some time, why hasn't it been built out? Again, this is just another example of officers being unrealistic. And where we would like members to approach this in a common sense manner and having regard to the commercial reality. So lack of reality, lack of proper understanding of what the SPPS says, and the fact that the alternative site can't be available, even if it were a realistic one, which it isn't, it's not a single site. And then finally, on the earlier permission, again, the officer's report tends to sweep this under the carpet. A certificate of lawfulness occurred isn't necessary. If the permission exists, you can build it out. It's a less favourable position for the town and the council, and it wouldn't be controlled as well as conditions which you could impose on the permission that's sought today. Just to bear in mind that the officer's report does not grapple with the problems that developed the department. And this was during the transitional period when the district councils were taking over planning functions. It just said, oh, well, we're not satisfied. They didn't take into account the evidence of physical implementation of the planning permission, which if this were turned down, we're going to get involved in expensive proceedings on appeal. We don't want to involve the council in that if we can reach a sensible position on this application. And it could mean that the council could end up with a less favourable permission on the site than the one which is currently proposed. I'll now hand over to Mr. Lockery. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lockery.
you, Chair. In a spirit of compromise, we have offered the department planning conditions which control the nature of the proposed development and protect the town centre. We'd offered additional concessions to try and ensure there were strong links between the role of the town centre and Lakelands. The department did not take up that offer and considered it would not do anything that would change its mind. That offer to mitigate any concerns of the council remains. Council are entitled to reach a different view of the case officer in this application. In doing so, they're entitled to have regard to the conditions that we have proposed. I think Paul has got a slide showing the conditions. The application is for a mixed-use retail warehouse and leisure complex. It'll be anchored by the Range, Brunswick Movie Bowl. We have letters of support from those occupiers, and also Tim Hortons are now seeking to occupy the drive-through, not McDonald's. McDonald's are in the town centre. We have Tim Hortons looking to come. The department's reasons for refusal cannot be sustained. The composite site is 3 sites. It requires the proposal to be disaggregated. We have reviewed it in detail with genuine flexibility and commercial realism. It cannot accommodate the proposal. It's 38% smaller than the proposal. It's not large enough to provide 52% of the retailing. It can't provide 71% of the garden floor space. It can't provide the cinema, bowling alley, drive-through, indoor play area, or petrol filling station. Our assessment is that it could provide 2 large retail units, 1 small garden centre, a coffee pod, and a hotel. It's not suitable to accommodate 63% of the floor space. It's not available. A letter from the owner of TP Toppins has been issued on the 14th of June, reaffirming this position. McDonald's are now seeking to build on that site. The layout of McDonald's actually blocks access to the station green, and so it actually reinforces the position that it's a separate site. It's not suitable. It's not a single site. It's not available, and it's not sequentially preferable on this basis. There's a clear need for the proposal. We've provided case law on this basis. There's a need for the Range, the Brunswick Movie Bowl, the bowling alley, which to replace the previous bowling alley, which was only 400 metres from this application site. There's a need in retail spending growth of 39 million between 2020 and 2035. That money can be used to support the proposal, or it can be used to sustain existing shops and cushion them from any future retail impact. There's economic benefits from the proposal: £15 million capital expenditure, 150 construction jobs, 350 operational jobs, £6,000 net rates per annum, and £3.5 million salaries. That will help reduce outflow of spending to Belfast, Area, and the Republic of Ireland. And Enniskillen doesn't have a modern retail warehouse park when considered. Derry, Newry, Coleraine, and Bangor would have. Those are similar sized towns and similar border locations. There's a clear need for it. Retail impact should be a key question. The applicant has estimated a retail impact of 7%. The objector's impact on the whole town centre is 10.8%. There's no objector here presenting a 17% impact. Council have not undertaken a retail impact assessment whatsoever. There's no statistical basis for the council to reach a conclusion of 15% impact. There's not a shred of paper to demonstrate where that figure has come from. The vacancy rates of Northern Ireland is actually 17%. Enniskillen is about 12% according to Golds. So in comparison to Northern Ireland, Enniskillen has a below average vacancy rate. The council choose to compare it with the UK instead of Northern Ireland. Enniskillen is overall healthy in town, a healthy town centre. Retailers that might seek to relocate from the proposal site, we would seek to avoid that by offering a no poaching condition. Concerns over investor confidence are contradicted by the fact that TP Toppin site already has an application for McDonald's on it. The Easton site and the Arcadia sites that were highlighted have development, have application or commercial interests in those locations, and I spoke to a commercial agent before I came in here today, and he confirmed that to me. I can't name them because of commercial interest.
Just 1 minute there, thank you.
In terms of the Station Green site and the case officer's presentation of the composite site, there were some figures presented in terms of distances. I consider that those distances were wholly misleading and unfair. The freedom of information request of the Station Green site shows that there has been objections to the abandonment order for roads and a footpath, and road service are no longer progressing that. Those are key aspects of the Station Green site. Station Green site has not progressed. It does not look like it's progressing in any capacity with or without this development. So in retail policy terms, there is no alternative site. Even having flexibility and realism, the proposal does not significantly harm Enniskillen Town Centre. It is not deferred at deliverable town centre investment, and it is needed. And I think I've had to counter through that. Mr. Chairman, but I'll leave that there for now.
Okay, thank you. You've just came in bang on 10 minutes, just a few seconds short, so thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to now ask for representations by objectors, and for this part of the meeting, we've allocated, as per the protocol, 5 minutes. It's my understanding that Ms. Christine Reeves, Mr. Freddie Humphreys, and Ms. Ciara McGriskin will exercise speaking rights, and for the 5 minutes, I believe 2 minutes will be allocated. Just before that, sorry, apologies. Any members' questions for the agent just before we move on? Apologies. Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Gurmagad Chair. As we are all aware, there are 4 reasons for refusal. I think both submissions have answered them, but I'm actually going to go through them one by one, just as there is only 4, if you don't mind, Chair. If I could ask, sorry, the gentleman will possibly be handier instead of the video link. So on the first refusal, what is a single line answer to that refusal point there, that a preferable site exists within the town centre? If you could just give me a 1-line summation of that.
The only site the council have identified is a 3-site composite site, and so it isn't actually a site. It is 3 sites linked together. We don't think that it's either suitable for this development. There's no linkages between it. It's not available because the owner of the central site has confirmed that it's not available, and has actually applied for planning permission through or McDonald's have applied for planning permission, and they have a legal agreement to seek planning permission for that. And so it's at least 2 steps away from being available. The landowner says it's not available, and he's entered into a legal agreement with McDonald's, who then will be entitled to say that it's not available. So that site is not a site, and it's not available. It's not suitable and not available.
And on the second point there, just how could you clarify to the committee how you have demonstrated sufficient flexibility in your approach to this sequential assessment?
We have demonstrated flexibility because we have, first of all, we have looked at all the sites in the town centre as per this policy requirement. We have been presented with a notional test that you have to disaggregate that. We have instructed senior QC from London to deal with that point, notwithstanding the fact that we don't have to disaggregate this the development, and the alternative site is a 3-part site, or 3 sites. We have looked at it. We have looked at it architecturally. We have identified in practical terms and realistic commercial terms what you can fit on that site. And we have identified that the Station Green site at the rear is suitable for some form of retail warehousing, that the Station Green site at the front is not suitable. Mr. McDermott's plan of that site showed that the servicing of the front Station Green site is used will be serviced by on-street vehicles. We have looked at, and we have demonstrated that we've looked at the Southwest Regional College. We've asked our solicitors how will we acquire that. They have told us that would require significant public procurement procedures to even investigate the ability for that, and it may never become available because some other council or some other department may look at it. Now, the applicant has spent significant time, money, and expertise in looking at it from a technical aspect, from a legal aspect, and from a policy aspect. And now we believe that we have shown an abundance of flexibility and realism. The criticism is that we are inflexible. The difference between ourselves and the council is the council take an extremely lenient approach to flexibility and forget the idea of commercial realism. We've tried to be flexible and realistic and have commercial realism.
Thanks for that. And if we could just put 3 and 4 together, and again, I asked this question at the previous meeting. You came up with a figure of the detrimental impact on Enniskillen Town Centre at, I believe, 8 or 7%. And again, the question is, how did you come about this figure, please?
The approach that we have taken is we have adopted the council's own report called the Nexus Report to provide the baseline information on population, on patterns of spending, on outflow, and we have taken that as the approach to provide the background information. We then have made assumptions as to what level of trade will be drawn from the town centre and what level of trade will be drawn from clawback from people leaving the town to go to visit locations such as the Range in Craigavon or Derry. And as a consequence of that, we have identified an impact of 7%. Now, some of the figures that you'll be presented with seem to be different figures, because some of the figures from the objectors, and in the case of, well, what's notable from the case officer's report is he doesn't once actually present the applicant's impact figures. The case officer's report only presents the impact figures of the objectors. You don't find 7% impact from the applicant in the case officer's report. What you find is a variety of figures presented from a variety of objectors. And then the case officer seems to pick a number between the objectors' highest and lowest figures to come up with a 15% impact. The reason for those even the objectors' figures are different is because some of the figures relate to the impact on the shops that only sell comparison goods. Of course, there's shops in Enniskillen that sell non-comparison goods, such as convenience goods, food. So the test that the council are obliged to have regard to is the impact on the town centre. So what you have to do is you have to take the comparison floor space turnover and the convenience floor space turnover, add it together, and then divert your trade. And that's how you come up with the 7% impact. And the objectors figures is a 10.8% figure. The 17% figure that the case officer presents you with is a comparison only figure. And I don't believe that that is still even presented by the objectors. I think the objectors figure for comparison only impact is in the region of 13%. And so the council's evidence of 14 to 15% is not backed up by either myself or the objectors. So it's the answer to your question is it's the impact on the town centre as a whole, not on a small element of it.
Margaret?
Head Councillor Dean.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Be better.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep, hear you fine.
The light isn't green, but you can hear me all right?
Yep,
Okay,
it's
all
okay.
right, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I want to thank Mr. Lowry and his colleagues, and I want to thank Paul for his very detailed presentation on this planning application. I think that Councillor Maguire has asked many of the pertinent questions which have been answered by Mr. Lowry. I have a couple of additional questions, Chair. If I understood from Paul's presentation, the anchor tenant, the Range for this planning application had previously been in negotiation with the Station Green site. But from the report, the planning officer's report, we hear that the Range is quite adamant that they would not be willing to move into the composite site as it doesn't meet their needs. So I just want some clarification on that. What has caused the Range to change their mind? And just purely in terms of the willingness of the applicant to agree planning conditions attached to the retail units, I just wanted to clarify with Mr. Lowry whether he feels that these would be strong enough or enforceable enough to prevent the movement of retailers from the town centre into this new development. And finally then, just purely in terms of the vitality and viability of the town centre, I wanted to ask, in what way does Mr. Lowry feel that this out-of-town development will contribute to the vitality and viability of the town centre. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I believe Mr. Curran, is that right? Would like to take that?
Can you hear me, sir?
Candy, yeah.
Chair, Chair Dean, I'll maybe answer a couple of your points and maybe Eamon will come in on the other. First of all, in relation to the range, approached our agent a few years ago and got into negotiations. Currently, at the moment, the range has a legal agreement with ourselves to build this unit subject to planning permission legally, and I can provide that documentation within minutes, a copy of that legal agreement. That legal agreement is there in place, and therefore it is not speculative. It is definitely there. In relation to Tim Halton's, heads of terms have been agreed, and that legal contract has been issued. In the terms of the movie bowl, that is actually heads of terms have been there. We've also several other occupiers that are willing to come forward to this development, and that are not presently in the town, and they're willing to come forward. Obviously, they won't put their name forward until the plan permission is granted. In relation to the project is not speculative, as was maybe indicated at one stage before. From the situation of funding, the actual site is currently unencumbered with private investment, and the funding for the project has actually, I have 2 letters of support sitting with me here today that actually from the Bank of Ireland and a finance broker willing to actually finance the project, of which the project will actually be built by our own sister company to bring forward this project. So the project is ready to go. It just needs planning and yourselves to approve this, and request that you would actually approve this application, and it will go forward with substantial investment in the town and the community. Maybe Eamon come in on the next one.
There, Mr. Larry.
The station, why would a commercial operator decide not to choose to locate at Station Green? The Station Green site requires the council car park, and I've seen the owner of Station Green claims to have an agreement with the council over the car park. I've asked the council planning if there's any agreement or what there has, and all we have been given so far, or presented so far, is the objector's position that there is some agreement passed at committee in 2017 that there's some agreement about the council car park. That's all there is that I've seen. So that's one point. Second point, you add that on top of, there is a pedestrian footpath that goes through the centre of the location where the building would be. That requires a right of way. That is required under the planning permission to be abandoned and relocated to the side of it. That hasn't been started. That hasn't been done. There's the car park requires an abandonment order to stop up and access into the car park. In 2015, an abandonment order, I have a Freedom of Information request got this month from DFI Roads, because I asked them this question. They said that an abandonment order was started in 2015. It was objected to in 2015, and it's no longer proceeding. An abandonment order for the footpath into the car park was applied for in 2019. That was objected to, and it's no longer proceeding. So there is these constraints on the land which would put doubt in the commercial operator's mind as to the suitability or the availability of that land to come forward. That's just fact. In terms of, you asked 2 other questions about the conditions and the vitality and viability of Enniskillen. The conditions that we have presented are lawful, enforceable planning conditions. There's tests to a planning conditions. There's 6 tests to the planning condition and set out in the strategic planning policy statement. They have to relate to the development. They have to be enforceable. They have to be practical. They have to be reasonable. And the tests that we have, the proposed conditions that we have presented are conditions that are applied regularly on retail warehouse parks throughout Northern Ireland. They're not new. They're entirely enforceable, and it's well trodden ground. They'll be applied not just by councils but by the Planning Appeals Commission. So the condition that we have presented in terms of the constraint, the control on the use of the building, which will be bulky goods only, is standard, and it will be typical and enforceable. We have also offered conditions on the size, the gross size of the buildings and the net size of the buildings, and so those would be again enforceable. There would be no ability to increase the size by putting in mezzanine floors or anything like that without reverting back to the planning committee for further permission, and you'd be obliged to refuse that because of the impact started to get out of control. So you can deal with that. The loss of a trader from the town centre was one of your concerns. We have presented, and previously we had identified that in England, they will regularly offer a no poaching condition, where you take a condition that says we will not allow any retailer to come on our site who is in the town centre for 5 years from the date of permission. We have offered that to the planning department, and the planning department have not taken us up on that offer because the planning department are of the view that none of these conditions would change their mind. So, but the conditions are enforceable. Mr. Elvin's online, and he can confirm that they're used regularly in England, and they are enforceable. So that's the conditions. I think that answers your conditions point. In terms of the vitality and viability, and will the proposal contribute to the vitality and the viability of Enniskillen town centre? It is an out of centre location. It is not a long drive from the town centre to the location. Via the library and up the Cornagreil Road, via the new college, you have some housing, and then you have some commercial, local commercial, you have the GAA pitch, and then you essentially reach the electrical shop and the Spar or the Super Value, and then you're at the site. It's a bit of a hill. Not many people would be entirely keen to walk it, but I wouldn't be surprised if some people from the local area do walk it. So will they continue to walk it? I'd say some people will walk it. Will people drive it? Absolutely. There's no hindrance or barrier to traffic. I'm not even sure if there's a traffic junction between the roundabout and the city in the town centre and the site. So there will be a free flow of traffic between the two. Why would people make the journey? Because the two types of uses will complement one another. People will go into the town centre for their clothing and their fashion, and they will do their grocery shopping. And if they want to go to the range, or if they want to go to the movie house cinema, they will come out to our site. And if they're at our site and they want to buy their groceries, they'll go to Tesco and they'll go to Asda, and they'll go into the town centre to the local shops there. Will it divert money from the town centre? There will be a degree of money that we divert it from the town centre. Yes, there's no disputing that. The retail units that are in the town centre are bulky retail units, some of them, but not all of them. Will the proposal attract trade from the surrounding area? Yes, it will. Will it attract trade from the cross-border? Yes, it will. Where is the nearest range shop, which would be the Anchor? It's in Craigavon, and it's in Derry. And so there are significant distances that people are having to travel at the moment to visit that Anchor, and they will vote with their feet. The people from Enniskillen will stay in the town, and they will make those link trips between the town centre and the proposal site. People who are on the outskirts of Enniskillen will come into Enniskillen instead of getting in the car and driving to Craigavon and Derry and Belfast. So I believe that it will keep trade in the town and will support the town, as opposed to having to lose those shoppers out of the town, out of the borough entirely.
Okay.
Can I just add something into what Eamon's just said about the conditions? I can confirm that they are not unusual or difficult conditions, and the one that might be perceived as being the most difficult, which is the provisions regarding those that are already trading in the town centre. The important point that makes it really easy to enforce is it restricts them coming onto the new proposal. So whether they might have been inclined to move from the town centre or not, it actually prohibits the new development from accepting them. And you simply have to look at whether they're in the town centre or are in the town centre, and whether they're proposing to come onto the site, and you can enforce against the site. So it's perfectly straightforward. Thank you.
Okay, members, and Mr. Curran would like in again, just a second.
Yeah. sorry, just vitality. Former retailer myself, and do understand the issues within retailing. The constraints are, the opportunity here is not to have outflow out of the town. Currently, that is what's happening. I'm sure you would all recognise that. Almost very good town. Belfast, Lisburn, all good town. When we first started this process, it was not to take any business out of Enniskillen. It was to enhance Enniskillen, and we would always want to work along with the traders of Enniskillen. And in fact, this site is part of the actual bid area of Enniskillen, and therefore we'd be a contributor to that as well, which again is for the development of Enniskillen. I think, you know, when the objectors see us as being a threat, and as Eamon acknowledged, there will be certain amount, but I think the biggest threat of today and the pandemic has been with the Amazons and the eBays and the white vans of this world, and the fact that an opportunity of a retailer coming in to enhance the towns, you know what I mean, is a huge opportunity. And also from the tourism leisure sector, I mean, I'm sure from the tourism leisure sector, whenever the area, weather is not predictable in any part of Northern Ireland, but Fermanagh seems to get its fair share of bad days. So therefore, all you have to go and see the movie bowl operation in Derry, Londonderry, to see the literally thousands of families that attended on a bad day, bank holidays. So I think, you know, all in all, this will actually bring huge amount of investment, not only in the construction, and we're focusing very much on the retail, but there's also other sectors of this here. And just one final point I'd like to correct the case officers on it. He referred to the application as a petrol filling station. It is not a petrol, it is actually an unattended site, petrol filling station, which will also have electricity charging points. And obviously in time, we will be going that road anyway. So this is actually a filling station for the future, not a current threat to anything that's local in the area at this stage. So, and I'd finally say, sorry, just to give a final note, I'm sure councillors here and members have been all following our Facebook page, and obviously some of the comments have been maybe slightly untoward. However, if gauge for public opinion, you will actually see there's a huge public opinion on our Facebook page. While that was dismissed in the case officer's report, I think the councillors here have a duty to acknowledge public opinion and to see and the amount of public opinion. And if you drill down into that public opinion, it is this outflow that Councillor Deakin, that you have actually addressed, that actually is one of the areas, if you drill down into that, this outflow. So I think all those things must be taken into consideration, councillors, whenever you're making your decision. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Maguire.
I'm going to Glenn again, just to make a point there. The gentleman referred to the Facebook page, and I believe all members of the planning committee would have not accessed Facebook in relation, as it would be interpreted as lobbying. So unfortunately, we have had to tell people we can't speak to them on this issue, and we also have received emails, a legal opinion last night, and as soon as I seen it, I just closed it down too. So just to make you aware that as members of the planning committee, we're not allowed to be lobbied, or we haven't engaged in any prior discussion before the committee meeting. I believe that's everyone's situation. Chair.
Right, any further questions at this point for Councillor Irvine?
Sorry, it's just a comment on the back of a comment made by Councillor Maguire, and I think I would echo what is said. I think silence can be deemed consent, and I think we as members should say we are not open to lobbying. We are not open to the weight of public opinion. We have to consider within the realm of planning policy and the issues that are affected by planning policy and those material considerations. Public opinion is not a material consideration, and I would not want to be tainted with that object. So I'm stating that for the record as well. Thank you.
Okay, members fully agree with Councillor Maguire and Councillor Irvine. decision on planning policy only, of course. Councillor Gary.
Yeah, Chair, and just because of the former, and I just want to put on record that I agree with the two previous speakers on that item, and I'm unaware of the Facebook page with respect to the speaker. But we often get a lot of flack as councillors, but we do have a job to do here as councillors, and we make a judgment call and look at policy, as Councillor Irvine said, and that's our job. And people often criticise us about, and there, like any application, there will be merits for and against, and there will be people, I'm sure, for and against, as we see here, even the representation today. But we have to make a judgment call on how we interpret policy, and we are given that right as elected representatives, and that's what we will do today. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, members. Any further questions at this juncture? Doesn't appear to be. So at this point, I do move on to objectors. So there's 5 minutes allocated to this part of the meeting, and it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there'll be 2 minutes allocated to Mr. Freddie Humphreys, 90 seconds allocated to Christine Reeves, and also 90 seconds allocated to Ciara McGriskin. I'm not sure who wishes to go first, but certainly just introduce yourself, and I will keep a track of timing and let you know when it's time to move on.
Good afternoon, councillors. Could I just check, first of all, that you can hear me?
We can hear you fine, very clear.
Thank you very much. Councillors, I'll be speaking first, followed by Christine Reeves, followed by Ciara McGriskin, and we'll endeavour to split the 5 minutes between the three of us. Councillors, the purpose of the policies we're concerned with here is to protect town centres. The approach taken by officers to the issues of both flexibility and disaggregation are entirely lawful. Contrary to what is said on behalf of the applicant, the interpretation taken by the officers to the assessment of flexibility is consistent with that set out in established case law. Officers have clearly assessed the sequentially preferable sites for the broad type of development proposed here, which is what the SPPS requires. As a result, their conclusions that the applicants have failed to demonstrate flexibility when considering the suitability of other sites is a lawful one, consistent with established principles. The applicant continues to maintain that the SPS does not allow disaggregation to be considered. That is incorrect in our submission, an unlawful interpretation of the SPPS. Myself and leading counsel Paul Tucker QC have produced a written opinion which has been shared with the council. In that opinion, we consider the relevant policies in detail and clearly conclude that the SPPS allows the consideration of disaggregation when applying the sequential test. That conclusion is not altered in any way in light of the submissions made today by Mr. Elvin QC. Indeed, it's our position that consideration of disaggregation is so obviously permitted by the SPPS that it should not be a controversial issue. The representations made on behalf of the applicant fail to identify any wording in the SPPS that prohibits disaggregation from being considered. Ultimately, whether disaggregation is actually required is a matter of planning judgment. Here, a conclusion has been reached that it is, and that is entirely lawful and correct. The treatment of the composite site as a single site is a simple matter of planning judgment, and the officer's conclusion that it is has not been undermined by anything in the material produced by the applicant. With respect, council officers have agreed with our analysis of the policies, and had they not done so, they would have acted unlawfully.
Okay, Mr. Sorry. The 2 minutes have been reached.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to split it between the sort of three of us across the 5 minutes, but that was my final sentence anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker could just go ahead in their own time.
Hello, just making sure you can hear me.
You're very welcome.
Right, thank you. Right, turning now to the second reason for refusal in terms of the impact on the town centre. The starting point is there is no need for additional retail development in the area. So the money to support any development at the Unipork site must come from existing businesses, and it will be those in the town centre that will suffer the most. There is reference being made today to clawback and outflow, but the trade being lost from Inniskillen relates to fashion and clothing items. The range does not sell that, nor will any other bulky goods retailer. That is not going to change. The proposal also won't support the town centre. On the contrary, it will compete with it, and the applicant's own figures suggest it will take £11.6 million per year away from the town centre. We think this is an underestimate, but even so, in the current economic climate, an impact like that will take businesses around 10 years to recoup and get back to their current levels of trading. Further shop closures are inevitable and there'll be associated loss of jobs. There's also very limited prospects of finding new occupiers for the additional vacant units. Town centres are important for many reasons, and that is why planning policy seeks to support them. Approving the Unipork application will have a huge detrimental and long-term impact on Inniskillen town centre, the businesses within it, and the bit.
Actually, a minute left just for total speakers.
Right, I'll pass over.
Hello, I'm Kira and I'm speaking on behalf of Inniskillen Business Partnership, which is a group of businesses in the town centre. Firstly, we would want to say that as owners of Station Green Development, it is development ready right now with all statutory approvals and abandonments in place. So everything the developer is trying to say about our site is untrue. The range requires 35,000 square foot of retail space and we can provide 55,000 square foot, and they were happy to proceed with our development before they were approached by the developers to go to the Unipork site. There are no constraints to the composite site proposal, which the developers would have you believe. It will deliver everything this out-of-town proposal is proposing, but it will deliver it in a way that will enhance and not destroy the town centre. It will also deliver all the economic benefits. This out-of-town proposal will displace the town centre, displace employees out of the town centre, and will displace box store retailers out of the town centre, with the result that the independent retailers that depend on these box stores for footfall will fall on their feet. The public simply want the range, and we can deliver that and more. We are asking you to join the planners and the Nexus planning consultants and simply say no, just like everybody else. This will destroy the fabric of our unique town centre, and it should not be allowed. Town centre.
Thank you, and apologies. We are trying to stick to the 5 minutes, and we've just reached that point. You've also asked me to ask the committee to advise there via the communication here that you're objecting on behalf of the Inniskillen Business Partnership, not Station Green Inniskillen. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
I just wanted to have that noted.
And both really.
Done so at the start. No problem. Well, at this juncture, and apologies again, it seems like I'm rushing people, but it's just to keep with our planning protocol. I'd invite members, have any questions to the third party objectors there? Councillor Maguire.
Margaret Rees, Glenn. Thanks again, Glenn. And as I'm sure the objectors heard, make initial questions to the applicant's representatives. Similarly, I'm going to go through the 4 reasons for refusal and ask for your answers to the relevant points. Item 1 says that Inniskillen Town Centre, which would be suitable for this broad type of development. You heard the applicant say that it's not available and not viable. Have you any quick response to that first refusal reason?
Are you able to hear that? Okay.
Sorry, I think our view on this is that the and that of your officers is that the broad type of development can be accommodated within the town centre, and the suggestion that the uses can't be accommodated is based on the idea that these uses should all be put together on a single site. There is no justification for these uses to be on a single site out of centre. They could locate and get the same benefits, if not more, within the town centre, because you would have the other retail uses and footfall nearby.
Okay, item 2, that the applicant hasn't shown suitable or sufficient flexibility. His response was that I believe that he had examined all sites. Have you any direct response to that second reason for refusal?
Again, I think this has been dealt with by your officer in his report. The Inniskillen Business Partnership have commissioned some illustrative work to show how the sites could be developed with some imagination and a desire to get the development or similar development in the town centre, and has shown one option. There will be others, and that only looked at some parts of the town centre. It's very easy to say, no, that doesn't fit, but with imagination, these uses can be brought into the town centre, and that is why policy exists, to encourage it. It's not necessarily the most straightforward or the easiest way, but it can be done, and I think that's the case here.
Thanks for that. And then part 3 and 4, again, I brought them together for the applicant. I'll bring them together again for yourselves. The objectors have come up with statistics of a detrimental impact on Enniskillen Town Centre of 10% to 17%. Just how did you arrive at these figures, the methodology, please?
I think in terms of the methodology, it is fairly similar. In that what you do is you look at the turnover of the existing centres and stores. You estimate how much trade you think the new development would take, and you then work out where you think it would come from. The differences that arise come about for a number of reasons. The higher figure, for instance, where there's been reference to 17 and 19%, that assumes in many cases that the restrictions on bulky goods couldn't be applied or didn't actually work in practice. If you do that and let unrestricted retail uses on the Unipork site, the impact on the town centre would be greater. I think the basic difference between our figures and the applicants, however, come from the assumed trade draw, if we then accept that it is limited to bulky goods. And this is the comment that I just alluded to when I spoke earlier, that the applicant is suggesting this development will claw back trade to Enniskillen that is currently being lost elsewhere. The Nexus household survey shows that the trade that is leaking out of Enniskillen is related to the purchase of different types of goods. It's primarily the fashion and clothing types goods. Not surprisingly, people buying those goods are going to higher order centres. Most of the Enniskillen generated expenditure on bulky goods is spent in Enniskillen at the present time. And because of the location of the businesses selling those goods, they are in the town centre. So if you providing bulky goods or only allowing bulky goods at Unipork doesn't reduce the impact on the town centre, because the trade will go from those businesses that currently have, are benefiting from that trade, and those outlets are in the town centre. So we think that more trade has to come from the town centre, and hence why our figures are higher than those of the applicant. As for what it means, which is what actually the important thing in terms of policy test, the impact on the town centre depends on the health of it and also what the function of the town centre is. And comparison retailing is an important draw of the town centre, and the proposed development will compete with a lot of the businesses. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Recent months have seen the closure of some of the fashion retailers, and this, even if they don't take the actual retailers, will provide competition to those retailers who are already struggling. And so there isn't, even a relatively small impact in the current circumstance could lead to the closure of a business. And these proposals will compete with both independents and national multiples in the town centre, hence our concerns.
Okay. Councillor Deehan.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to record my thanks and appreciation to the objectors for giving up their time this afternoon to come and inform the committee of their concerns regarding the viability and vitality of Enniskillen Town Centre. I wanted to ask, I had inquired earlier, Chair, from Mr. Loughery regarding the anchor tenant, the range, and the assertion from the objectors that the range had been poached by the applicant. So I just really wanted to raise the issue of access to car parking at the Station Green Centre, because clearly for a retail outlet selling bulky goods, you would require sufficient space for parking and for manoeuvring of large vehicles to transport these goods. Secondly, in terms of the impact on retail within the town centre and competition to existing traders, surely if it is proposed to allow this development to proceed in a composite site, surely in that location there would also be significant competition with local traders supplying the same goods. And finally, Chair, could I just ask, do the objectors, have they been given any reassurance by the willingness of the applicant to provide lawful and enforcement planning conditions on this application? Thank you, Chair.
Right. I think I will ask Kira to probably talk to you specifically about the Station Green site and the discussions with the range. But I think it is, as a general point, it is clear that the range were talking to Station Green. It also is not unusual that the site in a town centre may be more constrained, and from a retailer's point of view, a site in an out of centre location may be more attractive. That doesn't mean to say that they won't consider town centres if planning policy makes them do so. But that is the main reason why there is national and local policies in favour of town centres, because it was deliberately brought in to prevent out of town development, which can be often brought forward more cheaply and more quickly than development in town centre, which has more challenges. In terms of the impact of these retailers if they were to come to the town centre, there is, yes, there is a finite amount of money, but again, the planning policy and the view is that by keeping development in the town centre, there are added benefits. So it's not just the direct impact that you get as a result of allowing out of town development, but it's the loss of footfall to the town centre. So competition should not be prevented. That, the planning system does not exist there to stop competition. But if you are a smaller business that relies on the footfall to the big anchors, and those big anchors are lost or have their amount of trade gone down, then your trade goes down as well. And whilst it has been suggested that people will undertake link trips between Unipork site and the town centre, you have to think of it in terms of sensible, normal behaviour. What they are proposing at Unipork is not just retail units. They have got this. They're proposing a cinema, bowling alley, places you can eat and drink. So the question is, well, why would you go to the town centre? The suggestion there is additional shopping, possibly, but how many people, when they're going to buy the sorts of goods that they might buy at the range, are then going to go, oh, actually, I need to buy, or I want to go and see if I can find a new top or something. I'll just drive into the town centre. There won't be that sort of linkage, and so that it's probably the small retailers in the town centre who will lose out as a result. Your final point in terms of conditions is, from the outset, our concerns were that there were originally no real suggestion that this would be a bulky goods proposal. That has since been clarified, and if the scheme were to go ahead, having conditions would be absolutely essential to ensuring that the impacts would be kept to a minimum. Having said that, because of the number of businesses within the town centre that will be in direct competition, we remain of the view that that level of impact that would result even with those conditions would still be too high. And whilst similarly, the no poaching condition, again, would be helpful, but potentially only for a short time. So you put a condition on, even if it's for 5 years, there is nothing to stop the town centre retailers relocating in 5 years' time. Or they may have gone out of business in the meantime because a new competitor has come in and taken their market. Then what you have is the impact on the town centre, which is the policy concern.
Okay, Councillor Feely.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Glenn. And I'll be brief. And I haven't spoke yet. I just want to thank everybody for all the work put in, the officers and the objectors. And
just maybe bring the microphone down just a wee bit.
Sorry, Glenn, can't hear me. I'll be brief. I just want to thank everybody that has the officers and the objectors and the gentleman here who is for this. No, I just want to go back to the station green just ever so slightly. I'm not wrong. We're kind of getting conflicting statements here. The objectors saying that station green isn't ready to go, and then we're hearing that it is ready to go. I just want a wee bit more clarity about that. When the Bristol lady said it was ready to go, is that on its own, or is that the TP Toppin side? And I know that they've mentioned the old tech there as well, but it hasn't fully closed yet. Is it going to be the three of them combined that it's going to be ready to go, or just the one? I just want to hear a wee bit more about the station green.
Hi, thank you for asking, because I wanted to come along and explain the position with Station Green. We're the owners of Station Green, and I know that the applicants were suggesting that if Station Green wasn't ready or was ready for development, why isn't it developed? I'd like to address that if I can, simply because Station Green were in negotiations with the range in 2018, and they were absolutely ready. We could absolutely accommodate everything they needed at our town centre site. The reason why it remains undeveloped at the moment, as is the case with all the other empty shops and sites in the town centre, is this proposal is an unwelcome distraction. It is, out of town. It provides more space for parking and so on and so forth, but it is simply out of town. And as Christine said, retailers will often prefer the easier option, which might be the easier option, but in the absence of that, they will go absolutely for town centre sites like ours. And I know that once this application is refused, they will come back and they will go to our town centre site. That's the first thing. In relation to parking, I want to address that as well, because it was asked. We have approvals with the council to upgrade the current car park at Holly Hill from 150 car parking spaces to 250 car parking spaces at our cost, which is more than sufficient to accommodate retailers, 3 retailers or a single retailer such as the range at our development. And the development is absolutely development ready with all statutory approvals and abandonments in place and ready to go now. In the morning, once this is refused, we can get this up and running. And in fact, had this other site not been such a distraction, the range would be in town right now, enhancing the vitality and vibrancy of the Enniskillen Town Centre. So I want to say those things. In relation to a distraction and competition from our site, You can walk to Dunn's, you can walk to the town centre, you can walk to Asda, you can walk to the shopping centre. It is a town centre site and they need and must be developed first. And it makes no sense to us that something like the Public Realm scheme, which was designed to bring shoppers to the town centre at a cost of £6 million, would be a complete waste of money if this other application or this current application is approved, because there will be no shoppers to the town centre. There will be no draw. All will happen is these big national retailers that are currently in the town centre will move out, and the independent shop retailers will not be able to draw, will not be strong enough to draw shoppers back into the town.
Okay, members, any further questions for objectors? No further questions then? Okay, then we're going to now provide an opportunity for the applicant, the agent, and other supporters to respond to the third-party comments, if they wish.
Please.
Okay, Mr.
Yes, Chairman, I'll say something and then Mr. Lockery will say something. We've been liaising over email. Can I just deal firstly with what Mr. Humphreys said? The difficulty with his submissions is he's basically just beating the same drum as he did in his opinion with Mr. Tucker. And if I just can make a few short points. Firstly, their opinion does not grapple at all with the history of the SPPS in Northern Ireland and how it came about and what it took into account. Secondly, he doesn't address the point that I put to you earlier, which is in the opinion we submitted earlier in the week, which is they pick words out of context. If you read a policy which refers to applications, proposals, developments, then of course sites is referred to in the plural, because the minister's drafting uses plurals, and they rely very heavily on a distortion of the ordinary language of the SPPS. It's a matter of common sense at the end of the day. As I said, the overriding question is commercial reality. You're not, as Ms. Reeves was trying to do a moment ago, shred the application into many pieces and distribute it around small units in the town centre. You have, the Supreme Court has said, to judge what is suitable according to the proposals from the developer with a degree of commercial reality in mind. And that is simply absent from Mr. Humphrey's rather dry and repetitious comments deriving from his own opinion, which, as I've already said, doesn't take into account the position in Northern Ireland and the SPPS. And you just need to ask yourselves the question, bearing in mind the need for commercial reality, if the SPPS had intended local authorities to do what Ms. Reeves was suggesting a moment ago and scatter a development around multiple sites, it would have been very easy for it to say so. That's not flexibility. That's not commercial realism. That's just destroying the commercial purpose of a development, which is not what the SPPS is about. It's there to encourage economic development in towns and town centres, and that's what this proposal does. Can I just make a point about conditions? Ms. McCriskin's points just ignore the non-poaching provision. She talks about drawing people out of the town centre, drawing major retailers out of the town centre. The poaching condition stops just that. And you might well think that 5 years is more than enough to establish the site without allowing anybody in the town centre to come onto the site. And her response is merely trying to scare members, when if you actually look at the conditions that we propose, the conditions will actually go a long way towards dealing with her concerns. If Station Green was so commercially attractive, why is it that it hasn't been drawing development before now, given it's already got permission? And you've really got to ask that question. And do members really think that site is so attractive is it will have the effect that Ms. McCriskin suggests? You've got the conditions, you've got what Mr. Lockery will say, and no doubt he's going to address a couple of those matters now. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Lockery.
Chair, there is a number of points I just want to come back on. In terms of disaggregation, Mr. Humphrey says it's obvious it applies in policy and it should not be controversial. If it was obvious, it would be written in the policy. It's not obviously in the policy. It's not written there. It should not be controversial. Well, it is controversial because we absolutely dispute it. Does it apply? Well, I have acted in applications for retail development 20 years. This policy would have come in 2015 under the SPPS. It's not being applied in Banbridge, where I have got approval for a Marks and Spencer's and an additional retail unit. No requirement to disaggregate that. It's not been applied in Lurgan, where I get a planning permission for a Home Bargains, an additional retail unit. There was no requirement to disaggregate that. I acted for Newry City Council, when I was acting for the council, not for the applicant, and not as an agent, and there was an application for a large retail park outside Newry, near Dalmolly. There was no requirement in the council to seek to disaggregate that. I was instructed and employed by the Department for Infrastructure in 2015 to train all the new planners coming into all the new councils on the SPPS and retail policy. And the DFI not once mentioned to me when I asked them about the policy that you have to tell the council planners, do you remember, Eamon, you have to train them about disaggregation. There was not one shred of suggestion of that. And no council planner in being trained in the 2 days on planning in Northern Ireland under the SPPS were trained in SPPS and in disaggregation. And I know that because I trained them. So I don't believe that that it's obvious and uncontroversial. In terms of Ms. Tucker said there's no growth in spending, and I understand this is all, detailed technical retail planning. The answer to the reason why I say there's a need and the objectors say there's no need. Between 2020 and 2025, the amount of people in the Enniskillen sort of stroke Fermanagh area will increase by childbirth. There'll be increased spending come in by people who will get more money. And that increase of between 2020 and 2025, over those 5 years, there will be an increase in money of in the region of £39 million. So that's a growth. The money comes in. The question about is it needed, is there proposal needed or not, is, well, where does that money go to? That money then, so it's the decision of where you think that money then goes to. And the way Nexus approaches is they apply it on a pro rata basis. So at the moment, anybody that's making money in the town centre continues to make their money and gets their share of the £39 million. And anybody who is outside the town centre and going to spend money in Belfast or Londonderry or Craigavon, they get the same amount of money and they continue to get their share of the £39 million. And I say that's not right. I say what you actually should do is you should allow the shops in the town centre to keep their money and take their share of the additional £39 million, but you should actively try and discourage the money being spent in the shops and cities away from Enniskillen and encourage it in the town and stay in the town. And I believe that that's why there's a need. So there is a growth of £39 million. Who gets it? That's the question.
Okay, Mr. Kern.
There is a few points, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, and I do need to take them up on them. There is one where I've listened twice to Ms. McCriskin tell us that there's no legal issues or abandonment process issues with Station Green. Now, I don't know the right answer to that, to what Ms. McCriskin is explaining, but that is a letter from DFI. It is a Freedom of Information request dated 7th of June this year under the application references of LA 2012 0341F and LA 2012 0452F, which is the two applications for Station Green. I have asked the question, has any formal or informal process commenced in respect of the closing of the right-of-way on the site, and has any formal or informal process commenced on the repositioning of the right-of-way? The answer to that question is no formal or informal process has commenced in relation to any right-of-way by DFI roads. 2, has any abandonment order for the car parking roads and the access to it from Hospital Road been started? If it has, what stage is the process at? The reply is a draft abandonment order was drafted and advertised for the U65111 Holly Hill Car Park Access Road in 2015. An objection was lodged and the order did not proceed further. A draft abandonment order was drafted and advertised for part of the footpath linking Hollylink Car Park and the Temple Road in 2019. An objection was lodged and the order did not proceed further. Fermanagh and Omagh District Council have responsibility for the car park. Has any stopping up order been applied for or and granted? No. Has there any information been submitted seeking technical approval scheme for the retaining walls required for this development? No. Has any information been submitted for departure from standards? No formal request has been received. Those are the questions I asked, and those are the questions the answers that I got. Now I don't know whether the objectors and the owners of Station Green have anything other than anything to counter that, but that's what I don't like to I don't present that information willy-nilly. That's the information I've got, and that's the information I've presented to yourselves. I listened very carefully to Mrs. Reeves' discussion on retail impact. I presented to you the key test being the impact on the town centre. I tried to explain to you the differences between the impact figures. I identified that Mrs. Reeves' figures would look at comparison impact only and town centre impact, and I invited her. I waited to see whether she would seek to confirm or clarify for the committee what figures were correct and what she was relying on. What she presented was figures of 17 to 19% impact, which is a higher figure than I've seen in any of the papers. So I'm not sure where the 19% impact figure came from. The objectors seem to appear to insist on turning a blind eye to the fact that this is going to be a bulky goods retail park. If we stick to that and we seek to understand the retail impact figures, they are, as I have presented, between 7% and 10.8%. This idea of floating 17% impact and 19% impact on out of an unrestricted retail is not what's before the planning committee. In terms of leakage, I've heard what's been said. People from Enniskillen and Fermanagh don't need me from Belfast to tell them about whether or not they go to Craigavon, Belfast or Derry, Londonderry for any of their shopping. People know themselves and whether they do that or not. The test is not the closure of a single business. There was a suggestion, there might be a business closed here or a business closed there. This is not a test of the impact on a single business. The statutory test, or the policy test, is the impact on the town centre as a whole. Councillor Feely rightly picked up the point on what is available to go. Is it Station Green on its own, or is it this composite site as a whole? And I was interested. I noted that he picked up that point because I had noted it. The focus on Station Green is not the correct focus. That is only one aspect of the development. The committee have heard the TP Topping site is not available, and they've also heard that the Southwest Regional College site is currently being occupied, and there will be public procurement requirements for that to ever come forward. And so it's not a single site application. This is not a single application for the range. It's for a mixed-use retail and leisure proposal, and there is no site in the town centre that can accommodate that. In terms of linked trips, I simply put it to you that would you rather do a linked trip of 1 kilometre between the application site and the town centre for your jumper, or are you like doing a linked trip between Enniskillen and Craigavon, which is probably in the region of 30 to 40 miles away? The reality is linked trips will occur. Mrs. Reeves suggested that no one would leave the retail warehouse park and come into Enniskillen for their clothing. That just doesn't stand any sense in my mind. Of course, people will continue to come into Enniskillen for their fashion and clothing shopping. I would just finally reiterate that the policy test is a town centre first approach. It's not a town centre only approach. Out of town retailing is acceptable if the circumstances permit it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Curran?
Sorry, can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for an opportunity to come back to. Just on coming back on the Station Green site, and whether or not it's available or not. Previously, you'd seen montages of drawn up by the Objector showing that they had made representation to the range. This is common in any commercial project for ourselves. Like even ourselves would have approached and it was made an assumption that McDonald's were going to our site. There was a casual conversation. I could say that McDonald's were coming to our site, but they never were. And that's why we actually went along and got Tim Holden's to actually put their name forward, because we weren't going for McDonald's. So therefore, because we did actually know that there was negotiations ongoing. Eamon has quite clearly pointed out here that the Station Green site isn't shovel ready to go as it was indicated, and is totally misleading to this committee. And it is just a smokescreen to actually stop our application proceeding. Sorry, and this on the second point I'd like to make. First of all, apologise if give any councillors any problems in relation to the lobbying. However, we can't digress from the fact that the online support of this application has been huge on the actual planning portal. And I think it is unprecedented the amount of actually online support. I think it would break records, I would say, whenever you only get normally one or two. I think we're in the hundreds here of support. And the objectors are mainly town centre and Station Green and linked to the town centre. Mr. Lahari carried out that exercise, you know what I mean, and saying, no, this is actually construed objectors actually in one lot virtually, not all. And a final point I'd like to make, a few years ago we did meet the planners and in relation to the previous application that was in sight. And there was ongoing discussions there with Mr. Lahari and the architect, Mr. Jamie Gibson here. And we had discussions on whether or not enactment had taken place. And that still remains our position on the previous application. And I think you have actually had, the councillors here present have actually got some opinion on the previous application. And again, I'm sure yourselves are in and undaunted with a lot of these legal opinions. But at the same time, you know what I mean, we also believe that we could revert back to that planning approval on the scheme. And however, that doesn't include the leisure element of the project. It was agreed at the time with the case officers that we would progress a new application in more realistically of up to date what we would seek to achieve. And this is where we've got to this process. Unfortunately, well, if we refuse today, unfortunately, you know, I mean, we will have to go to our fallback option, and which a route that we don't wish to proceed with. We tried to engage and have been engaged in this past 2 years with the planning department to try and progress this. I think it's an absolute fantastic scheme. Obviously, I'd be biased. However, the objectors do not see our scheme as an opportunity, and I think this would be a huge loss to the scheme if the members here today decided to reject this application. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, apologies. So that was an opportunity to respond to the questions raised, and unfortunately we don't have provision to allow this to continue back and forth between both sides. So I know that there has been you know, a request to come back in, but unfortunately our protocol doesn't permit that. So at this point, I'm going to ask the planning officers to come in for any comment that he may have. Paul?
Thanks, Chair. And I'll pick up on a few comments. So in terms of the policy and the requirements of the SPPS, officers have considered the SPPS policy, which requires applicants to demonstrate flexibility. And in our plan and judgment, looking at the facts of the case and the broad type of development, flexibility in this case does require disaggregation. There's only one of the retail units where there's an anchor tenant. The rest have no occupiers. It's an open scheme, and it's considered of different elements, and there is absolutely no reason why those elements couldn't be disaggregated and the same synergies achieved within the town centre on different sites. What I would say is that the composite site doesn't require disaggregation. It's a single site, and it's reasonable to consider it as a single site. It's made up of various parcels of land, and that's acceptable in any major development, particularly within a town centre location where you'll have smaller parcels of land. These parcels of land join each other, and it's the TP Topping site and the Southwest College is such a limited distance and so well visually linked. And if you look at the slide that I had put up in terms of the application site itself, the distance in travelling from one part of an element to another is significantly greater within the application site. And again, you would have to cross roads within the application site and parking areas to get the different elements of the scheme. Officers have set out clearly the reasons why that composite site is considered to be suitable and available, and that is supported by the recent McDonald's submission, which is for a drive-through restaurant on the TP Topping site, and that forms part of the applicant's proposal. So that demonstrates that this composite site is suitable and it is available for the broad type of development. In terms of the Station Green development, there is approval which has commenced and has been lawfully commenced. There's CLUDs issued to prove that, for over 8,000 square metres of retail floor space. The applicant, in considering whether that's suitable and how he could achieve, what sort of form or extent of retail floor space he could achieve in that site, has came up with just over 3,000 square metres. That's a 50% reduction, and in my opinion is clear evidence of an inflexible approach to that site when there's substantially more retail floor space actually approved and commenced. There's also lots of scope for further retail floor space on the Station Green site. The range is traded over upper floors in Glengormley and other developments. That's raised in one of the representations. And so there's scope to even increase on the 8,000 square metres of retail floor space at the Station Green site. The applicant has sort of set out the position that each unit needs its own independent access, but as we've seen, Harry Corey within the Ironside Shopping Centre and other retailers such as the DFS, they're opening new concept stores, which is showroom concepts where you just go and look at displays and then whatever you're purchasing is then delivered. In terms of Station Green site, what is important is that is a committed private sector investment in the town centre. And the evidence here before members is that if this approval or as this application is approved, that development will not go ahead. And there's various reasons for that. The views of the owner who's presented here today, the fact that there's a substantial overcapacity of existing floor space, and obviously retailers will prefer that out of centre location. It's easier parking, less rates and rent. This is a reason in its own right in terms of reasons for refusal. And it's clear and obvious that that development will not go ahead. That planned and committed private sector investment will not go ahead. In terms of needing capacity, the Nexus report is the most up-to-date study. It's a neutral study. It's not prepared for this application. It's prepared for the LDP process. It's a study, a retail capacity study, and it's an assessment of the need for additional floor space over the plan period to 2030. Nexus has modelled two different models. One based on NISRA, the increase in populations, and one based on the HGI's, housing growth indicators. Both of those models show that we have a significant and substantial overcapacity of floor space, ranging from 4,900 to 8,500 square meters. In terms of surplus capacity, surplus expenditure and residual expenditure, when you take on board the commitments, you're talking about minus 37.3 million. That basically means that there's no need, no capacity for additional retail floor space. And whenever you have a situation like that, the spending for the proposal is more likely to come from existing businesses within the town centre. In terms of general retail impact, and I've said this before, it's a tool that needs to be considered and weighed up with the rest of the evidence in terms of the vacancies, in terms of the rents. It's a tool, it's not the answer. It needs considered in light of the other evidence. Just looking specifically at some of the key issues here. 62% of the businesses within Enniskillen Town Centre are independently owned. 62%. That's a very high percentage. And it's generally accepted that smaller and independent businesses will be affected more. They won't be able to withstand the impact from out of town centres like multinationals would. We have a high proportion of high quality buildings within Enniskillen, so there's little room for improvement or excuse. Vacancies has shown a pattern of increasing. It's went from 10% to 14.2%. That's higher than the UK average, and it's likely to have increased. Zone A primary and secondary rents have also fallen, declined from 2011 by 26%. Rents in Ironside as well is down 14%, and that's likely to have continued as well from the evidence that we've received. The composition of the town centre, which is a good point, is 64% for comparison goods. And that is exceptionally high in UK standards. This represents a strong point, but it represents potential risk that this out-of-town centre location will have a greater impact. The diversion assumptions within the applicant's retail assessment. So his assumptions will be that 47% will be from the town centre. Outside of the town centre will be 49%. 37% is clawback from outside the catchment. When you look at the composition of the town centre, those are wholly unrealistic assumptions. It's going to have a greater impact on our town centre than what's set out in those assumptions. The conclusions within the retail statement, they're not robust. And they cannot be relied upon in terms of the population, the available expenditure, and the expenditure growth. The catchment that informs the retail assessment has a 35-minute drive time. And that's for one committed retailer. Catchment for bulky goods is 20 minutes. So we have a greater catchment of 15 minutes than what would normally be expected. Whilst the previous approval on the Unipork site was slightly different, that retail assessment for the Unipork site was based on a 20-minute retail assessment. Nexus, in considering the catchment for our whole district, identified 5 zones. The applicant has identified 4 of those zones for his catchment for this proposal. There's a significant amount of the population within the zones that won't actually have linked trips to the town centre with the new A4 bypass, and coming from the north, they'll approach the town centre site first. The study period as well is over a 6-year period, and that's normally 3 or 4 years, so that's excessive. In terms of leakage, the Nexus report and the surveys that accompany that show us that leakage within our district is very, very limited. We retain spending of between 82 and 98%. In terms of bulky goods, there's limited leakage. It's exceptionally high. But for the applicant to be demonstrating that 37% of his clawback and turnover from the proposal will come from leakage is excessive. And some of the objectors have actually raised issues that the leakage that the trade draw from certain zones is actually above what the leakage is. In terms of conditions, the conditions as proposed by applicant do not address the reasons for refusal or reduce in any way the impacts on the town centre. The conditions reflect the modelling and assessment as set out within the retail assessment, the existing situation, the bulky goods nature of the proposal, and the current vacancies. These are all conditions that we'd have been potentially including anyway if we found the proposal to be acceptable. They are not further concessions. They retain the status quo as presented. Nor do they address the issues surrounding the sequential assessment or the composite site. Smee.
Hey, Councillor Dehan, you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Paul, for your very comprehensive responses. I just have 1 or 2 points of clarification, Chair, if I may, for Paul. Now, in his presentation to committee, Mr. Elvin would contend that the planning officers of Fermanagh and Omagh District Council have not interpreted SPPS in a manner which is realistic or commercial. And one of the points he makes is that when you can consider a composite site an alternative site, the key question is this site suitable for what is being proposed? And Chair, at the beginning of this presentation, Paul outlined in great detail what this proposal entailed. And it is a mixed retail and leisure facility. I note in particular, Chair, that most of the debate has centred around the retail and the impact on the town centre vitality and viability, and rather less on the leisure provision, which I think is important to take this into consideration. The applicant and his team have stated quite categorically that the composite site which is proposed cannot accommodate this development that they have applied for planning permission. There are a number of areas that are contested. First of all, members will agree that the TP topping site is a key component of this composite site, but yet the applicant states quite categorically that at present the TP topping site is not available. So I would like some clarification on that. Also, the fact that the Southwest College site is currently not available, and the fact that it will probably take some time before that site does become available. So that's another factor. But in particular, I just really wanted to get clarification on the indoor recreation facility and the bowling alley, and where that could be accommodated in the composite site. And in relation to the issues relating to commercialism and investor confidence in our town, clearly, you know, we want to encourage investment in our town, and we welcome that. this application, the retail aspect of it is for bulky goods only, but I would like Paul's comments on the other aspect of retail. And we are very proud of Enniskillen town. It's a very unique and historic town, and it contained, as Paul has rightly said, many independent retailers who are renowned for their products, you know, in terms of consumable goods, foods, beverages, craft shops. I mean, there is a multitude of other aspects to retail other than bulky goods. So could I have a comment on that? And finally then, in terms of the flexibility that Paul states that the applicant has not demonstrated flexibility. Would Paul agree, Chair, that the applicant has looked at the composite site, and would he agree that the composite site is made up of parcels of land which must be taken together to accommodate even part of this development, some of which are not available, and one of which, the station green, allegedly is unsuitable for the anchor tenant? And thank you, Chair, for that. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, just at this junction, I have had an indication from Mr. Curran, but unfortunately I cannot accept any comeback or comments from objectors. Take anyone in at this point. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, Chair, thanks. Thanks, Councillor. And hopefully I'll address all your queries, and if not, feel free to raise the issues again. We have been realistic and weighed up the commercial elements. We haven't been unrealistic. When you look at the Station Green site, it's already been approved for over 8,000 square metres of floor space. And the TP Topping site, there's a drive-through restaurant application before the council. So it's clearly suitable. There was a submission from the other objector showing how the composite site in its entirety could be developed. Although it wasn't the exact similar scheme that's been presented by the applicant. But like, there's various options of how you could develop it when you consider the Southwest College and potentially a hotel. You know, and the SPPS requires flexibility to be adopted and seeking to accommodate developments with a constrained development footprint. You know, it anticipates that town centres will be more constrained, but that shouldn't be a barrier, and you should adopt more flexibility within your approach. And as I say, when you go from 8,000 square metres to just over 3,000 square metres, a reduction of 50%, to me, that demonstrates an inflexible approach. In terms of availability, as outlined within our report, that test of availability is not a test of availability to particular owners or occupiers. It's a test of availability for the broad type of development that's proposed, and it clearly is. In terms of the Southwest College, the applicant has suggested that, you know, the development in its entirety might not be completed or further started until 2024. And you know, the Southwest College will be coming available in the near future. So we would consider all elements, all parcels of land within the composite site to be both suitable and available. In terms of bulky goods, could you just clarify what sort of angle you were coming at there?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Paul. In the report, the anchor tenant, the range, has indicated that they would be unwilling to move to the station centre. And in his presentation to us, Mr. Loughrey informed us about issues relating to parking, to rights of way, and other issues which he contends would make this site unsuitable for the purpose that, for which he intends it. And furthermore, that the range, which is the anchor tenant, and in my view, the viability of this project will hang on retaining the anchor tenant. So I think that that is a key consideration that we as a committee must consider, whether or not, the report says the anchor tenant will not consider the station green for the reasons that Mr. Lockery has informed us of. So I just really wanted clarification from the planning officer's perspective on those issues.
Well, obviously the range has submitted the letter. But again, the evidence is that there's been retail approved on the Station Green site that can accommodate the range. There is parking there. There's provision of parking. Less parking than what's on the Unipork site. But the Unipork site doesn't provide the required parking as well. It's a reduced level. And so within a town centre location where there is, and I put up a slide of all the other adjacent car parking facilities in the immediate vicinity, there's ample parking, and there's a provision of parking associated with the Station Green site as well. There will always be constraints within the town centres, but for me that's not a barrier. It's approved, it's commenced, and there'll be constraints to be overcome like any development. That doesn't demonstrate that it's not suitable or not available.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm having a bit of trouble getting my microphone on and off. Thank you, Paul, for that information. And Chair, I just wonder, could I ask Philip if he wouldn't mind commenting on Mr. Loughery's assertion that in terms of public rights of way and applications for abandonments and reconfiguration of rights of way, in terms of the viability of a development site, what would be the impact of those considerations on planning approvals? We've had a lot of discussion in this council regarding public rights of way, and in my experience, they can be quite contentious, and I think do have the potential for stymieing quite a number of planning applications. So I would be grateful, Chair, if you would, if we could have an opinion from Philip on that. Thank you.
Chair, I haven't seen the documentation to which Mr. Loughery is referring in relation to it, and therefore I wouldn't be in a position to comment on that. But just simply on the particular facts of that particular documentation, for the reasons which are set out in the report, the planning officers have formed the view that this site is available.
Then. This is the third time we've addressed this application with the predetermination meeting, etc. And I think it's been given a good airing. Now, we were presented with a 44-page report, and without going through every item in it, this application met most of the criteria, and we're left with 4 reasons for refusal. Now, the couple of comments before I come to that. The town centre of Enniskillen is very limited in its size, as indicated from the map that Paul presented. It effectively is not much bigger than the island of Enniskillen, which we're all so proud of, and its unique status as the only island town in Ireland. But I'm inclined to feel that the fact that it's such a limited space and a limited size, the definition that's afforded to this application as being a out-of-town development, similar to ones in other towns across the north that are usually 3 or 4 miles outside the centre of the town, The figure that was presented to us at this committee is that it's 1.1 kilometres. Now, I could be slightly confused by that because I think we still use the measurement of miles in this part of the world, and it's just interesting to make a figure look bigger. Sometimes you go to kilometres. It's less than a mile from Enniskillen town centre. Less than a mile. If you take a trip to Belfast and you walk from Castle Court to the city centre, what do you call the building? Victoria Square, from one shopping centre to another, I'm sure you cover more than 1.1 kilometres. And I've often been dragged around them, so I know well enough. Now, the other things that I'm inclined to consider in relation to this and the whole discussion about Enniskillen and this Enniskillen town centre. We have a neighbourhood renewal area in Enniskillen, which indicates some social deprivation. It's right beside this application site. Now, I know it's not a planning consideration, but as a councillor, and I appeal to all other councillors, the fact that there's a neighbourhood renewal area right on the doorstep of this application, we cannot not consider the financial benefits that potentially could come for this for the immediate vicinity. We've been told that there's going to be a £15 million investment in the build with potential 150 builders' jobs, with a 3.5 million salaries with 320 new jobs. This is something major. And get back now to the reasons for refusal. In the face of such a major investment, we are presented on this committee with 4 reasons for refusal. We must look at the reasons for refusal in planning terms against the policies and apply our best judgment. That's what we've been doing for the last number of years on this committee. So if I could address the 4 reasons for refusal as best I can. Number 1, it's contrary to the SPP 620, and basically what it is saying that there are preferable sites in Enniskillen town centre. I took a look at the SPPSs, and I think the wording in there, one of the phrases that jumped out at me was an established alternative. And the other words that jumped out at me, and we have addressed them, well, we've addressed 2 of them, suitable and available, but there's a third one in there. It's viable. And we're all conscious of what viability is. Is this a viable alternative to the application that's been presented to us? And when I put those to the objectors, their answer was there can be no justification. Well, I can find plenty of justification. And address item 2 then, where it says that the applicant hasn't supplied sufficient flexibility in his approach to this sequential assessment. And his response to that was that he had exhausted all sites and he had used expertise. Whereas the response of the objectors was, you need some imagination. Well, I didn't need imagination to look at the proposal before us today. It was clearly defined in a drawing, and with all the financial benefits that potentially could come from that development up that part of the street, I would contend that the developer has and the applicant has shown suitable flexibility. Now, number 3 for the refusal is that it would have a detrimental impact on the trade and turnover in the town centre. We're all conscious of the downturn in trade and retail over the last numbers of years. It's a sliding scale. Trade is suffering everywhere. We had an economist address the council not that terrible long ago, indicating that the slide in retail is a factor. And one of his lines that I'm reminded of was, any trader that's not online now has missed the boat. In other words, trade is changing, trade is suffering. There is need for innovation, there is need for ideas. But we're arguing here that the detrimental impact on Enniskillen town centre is from a development that is less than a mile away. It's adjacent to the town centre, in my interpretation. 1.1 kilometres, you wouldn't even call it a dander. And I know one of the objectors at a previous meeting did talk about the distance from Enniskillen to get to this awful site of Unipork site, and which I reminded him that when planners decided to do away with the residential on the island of Enniskillen, they were quite happy to put several aged residents right away out to the wilds of Kilmaccormick, which is, as I say, less than a kilometre from the town centre. Nobody objected on those grounds. So to say that this is a remote location, that it's detrimental to the town centre because it's out of town position, I'm not convinced. I'm quite happy that this is adjacent to the town centre in my summation. And as for item 4 in the refusal, again, it's basically the same thing in the harmful and balancing the overall impact. And the other one was about car parking. Which I put the two of them together, and I would say that as an Enniskillen man, I would quite happy to see a 15 million investment with a 3.5 million salaries to be paid to 320 more new employees in the adjacent Enniskillen town centre could potentially, in my opinion, and I'm happy enough with my own opinion, could benefit the retail in Enniskillen, giving people more money to spend in the shops in Enniskillen. And if we wish to put conditions as to the type of retail there is, that is an option that the applicant is quite willing to go for. So having said all that, and there's plenty more, we could have went through the whole 44 pages. I think I've said enough, and I think I've addressed the 4 items. So therefore, I'm quite happy to recommend to the committee that we go against the officer's suggestion of refusal, and that I propose that we accept this application for the benefit of the people of Enniskillen. Thank you.
Councillor and Councillor Feely. Thank you, Chair. And firstly, I'd like to thank Paul for answering them questions about Station Green and TB Toppings and the College, the Southwest College, when Josephine asked you there again. That's one of the things I was kind of worried about there as well. And Tommy has covered most of the stuff that I was going to say, but I'm just coming in on the construction end of it as well. And one of the gentlemen beside me did hint on it then. There's been very little talk about the construction end of this. I'm not predetermining anything, but if it did take off, or I was a builder myself before I became a councillor from 1988 to 2014. I worked on the building sites as a block layer, living in Garrison. Most of the jobs we were on, you'd have to travel in the back of a van about an hour and a half. We used to go to Sligo, Letterkenny, Derry. I never was in Belfast, but a lot of the guys I know works in Belfast. So have a big job like this on our own doorsteps in Enniskillen. For all the block layers, blasters, joiners, etc., the whole lot, plumbers, electricians, the whole lot of them would be a major boost for them. And I used to get a bit of stick. I just say this, I always talk up for the farmers and boys I used to work alongside. You never mentioned the builders, Feely, the boys you used to work with. So I think it'd be a major boost for construction workers right around County Fermanagh and Tyrone. Like there's a lot of bricklayers about Tyrone as well. So I just wanted to come in on that point, but Tommy did hint on it there. I think 150 workers during it, it'd take a long time, a job like that there. So I think it'd be a great boost. Even the quarries selling blocks, ready mix, all the local quarries. So I'm going to second Tommy's proposal there to go against the officer's recommendation. And I'm just thinking here, like Tommy, myself and my wife and daughter, if we're ever in Derry or Belfast, I'd be dragged around the shops as well. And personally, I hate shopping, but I'm just here seconding it for another big shopping place to be built in Enniskillen for them to go to. But we'll see what happens, but I just second Tommy's proposal. Thank you.
Councillor? It's worrying to hear people being dragged anywhere. Councillor Irvine.
Thanks very much, Chair. As Councillor McGuire has rightly said, we've had 3 bites to a certain extent of this cherry of the pad. The previous committee meeting in December, when we deferred to actually hear further representations, both from the applicant, supported by his agent and the team, and the objectors and counter representations. We spent a further time now at this committee in regard to the issues involved. I take a contrary opinion to Councillor McGuire in that I believe the SPPS gives the adequate reasons in regard to town centre first, followed by the primary retail core. And this site is not within even the primary retail core, irrespective of the distance that we have to go to. And I suppose the topography of Enniskillen has to be taken into account. It is a quite large town, Tommy, and my wife is a shopper as well, so maybe I'm prejudiced too, and I go along with her and her friends, and they find actually Enniskillen to be one of about 4 unique towns in the whole of Northern Ireland because of the tapestry of privately owned shops that provide a service right across the board, as well as the amount of hostleries and eateries. I think you would go far and wide actually to find as diverse a range of actually places to eat out right across the board, and all within the area of the town centre. Unfortunately, I can see where the applicants and their agents are coming from with regard to this, but I believe our officers have taken the right course in the interpretation of the SPPS and the issue of disaggregation and sequential testing. And on the balance of evidence provided, I am willing to go with what the officers actually have provided in representation and counter-representation, and therefore I propose that we refuse the application and go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay, members, at this point I want to bring in actually their head of planning just to comment.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a very small point of clarity, just in relation to the wording of the policy and just something the member had said earlier in terms of an alternative site. And it's just to be clear that the policy in the SPPS, it doesn't actually require an established alternative sequentially preferable site. It actually says where it is established that alternative sequentially preferable site or sites are available. So that's just to clarify that wording.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dehan. Sorry, my labelling's just slightly off here on the machine.
Thank you, Chair. And at the outset, Chair, I want to record my thanks to Paul, our planning officer, and to all of those who have answered our questions so thoroughly in the course of this afternoon's proceedings. I think it is right that we should carefully interrogate all the aspects of this planning application so that when we reach our decision on the application, that we can be satisfied in our own minds that we are making that decision on solid planning grounds. I want to speak in support of Councillor Maguire's proposal that we should not accept the planning officer's recommendation and instead move to approve this planning application. My reasons for adopting this approach are as follows. This is a major application, one of the largest application to come into our district for some time. It is for a mixed use retail and leisure complex, which in my opinion will bring significant economic benefits to our region. And to me, that is a major consideration in this application. I feel that this proposal would encourage retail. The application is for large bulky goods, but I am persuaded by the argument that to have such a development in our town would be very attractive to people. And that it would have the potential to attract people from outside our district, including people from cross-border. I am also satisfied that it would not impact in a direct way on other aspects of retail, like clothing, food, other aspects of retail, but really we're considering the bulky goods. This application, we are informed, has been prepared using specialist retail planning expertise who are very cognizant and who would be careful to comply with retail policies. I accept Councillor Irvine's point that the application site is not within the core retail area, But I do accept Councillor Maguire's contention that it is just about a mile from the town centre, and the application site is actually located within the Enniskillen Business Improvement District. And the Enniskillen bid have as their objective to boost business, to entice customers to the town, to enhance the customer experience, to increase the footfall to our town, and to increase the trade in our town. And I think that this application meets those requirements. In respect of the composite site, I have been persuaded by Mr. Elvin's argument that what we have to consider is whether a composite site will meet the requirements of this specific development. And I think our planning officer has made a comment at length on the retail provision, but I have not been persuaded as to how the leisure component of this application can be accommodated within the composite site. In terms of flexibility, I think that the applicant and his team have gone to significant lengths in providing documentation relating to the various land pieces of this composite site, and they have indicated their concerns regarding the suitability. And I also have major concerns that the anchor tenant would not be willing to move on to the composite site. I feel that the applicant has indeed demonstrated flexibility within the confines of the development as a whole, which is, as I say, mixed retail and leisure. The applicant has also demonstrated some flexibility in that he is willing to accept appropriate conditions to be attached to planning approval, including the restriction in the size and nature of the retail units, which would offer complementarity to the town centre businesses. I am very impressed by the figures which Councillor Maguire has rehearsed in terms of the economic development to the town of Enniskillen, including the investment of 15.5 million, the construction jobs and the employment that this application will provide in an area of historic social deprivation. And I am persuaded by this argument. I am also persuaded by the quality of this development. I think it is a very attractive and high quality development. And as Paul has stated in his presentation, you know, the aspects of this development from the various viewpoints are really very impressive, and I think will enhance the visual amenity and living amenity in the Cornagrade Road and Irvinstown Road area. So with that in mind, Chair, I feel that in conscience I can state that I'm satisfied that planning policy has been made, both in the spirit of the policy and in the detail of the policy, and I am happy to support Councillor Maguire's proposal, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, members, I just want to check and call in user 2 identify themselves. Just got to call in user 2 in the system here. And if you press *6, you can unmute yourself. *6.
Hello, sorry, it's Grant McBurney. I've transferred to my phone rather than my computer.
Oh, yep, that's okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, there's lots of arguments coming forward here. I'm quite disappointed that I didn't hear anything about the hotel development and a 50+ room hotel with ancillaries to support both the guests and the staff would be a substantial cornerstone on this site. And we've heard very little about it. We've heard about a retail unit. We've heard about the movie type complex, which I'm aware of as I've seen the similar site, but this hotel would be the major site I would have thought on it, given the size and the ancillaries, and there's no talk of it at all. And I would wonder, would this site be fully developed? How this would be fully developed. So at this stage, I'm not persuaded to go against the recommendations, and I'm going to second Councillor Irvine. So I'm not persuaded to go against the recommendations of the officers that what's proposed at this stage cannot be facilitated within the town centre.
Okay, members, so we have two proposals on the table. I don't see anyone else indicating to make further comment or proposals. At this point then, with your agreement, I'm going to move to consider the first proposal, which was proposed by Councillor Maguire and seconded by Councillor Feely. And that was contrary to the officer's recommendation. So I'd ask those in favour of that proposal to raise their hand. So in favour of that proposal is Councillor Deehan, Councillor Feely, Councillor Maguire and Councillor Garrity, and myself, Councillor Campbell. And those against that proposal? And against that proposal is Councillor Robinson, Councillor McClahary, Councillor Irvine, Councillor Coyle, and Councillor Rainey. Any abstentions? Abstentions? Okay, members, so there were 5 councillors in favour and 5 against, and as the chair voted in favour of that proposal is carried. I will ask Paul to sum up.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the application was presented with a recommendation to refuse, subject to 4 reasons which were listed in the report. The committee and members have decided to go against the officer's recommendation and approve the development. And I'd suggest that members would delegate conditions to officers. And I may take you through some suggested conditions, if that's okay.
With that, yeah.
So I'd propose that the members would delegate the final wording of the conditions to officers, but the conditions would follow the broad scope of the areas that I've written down here on the slide. So we'd have standard, time condition and landscaping condition, looking at existing, proposed and the removal of vegetation. In terms of roads and access, conditions in relation to access and sightlines. Mitigation works to the roundabout. Further detail in terms of bus stop location, cross sections and longitudinal sections, private streets determinations, and stage 1 and stage 2 safety audits. And they'll be provided in accordance with conditions and agreed. In terms of waste, that the method of sewage and drainage disposal will be agreed. In terms of noise, odour and contamination, we'd have conditions looking at restriction of servicing times, for submission of further acoustic reports and provision of acoustic barriers. Further report looking at contaminated land and further remediation strategies to be agreed, and an agreement on odour abatement. And in terms of retailing, we'd propose bulky goods condition, the floor space restrictions and a no poaching condition.
Okay, can I just ask in relation to the conditions? For example, the no poaching condition, what sort of time frame is set against that? Just, I mean, is it this the detail can be clarified any further at this point, or?
Yeah, well, I suppose there's different ways that you can approach that condition. And I'd probably, I'd probably be minded to run with a condition that would restrict occupiers coming from the town centre following occupation of the units rather than the commencement of the development, because essentially you could commence a development and go no further with it and let the time period expire. So I would be minded to put that condition and restrict it to once all the units have been occupied, that there would then be a period of time that there would be no occupiers travelling from the town centre to the development. And as I say, that's would be the general way that I'd like to go about the condition.
Okay. Fortunately, I can't take any.
I propose then that we would discuss with the applicant and try and come to an agreed position. And if we can't come to an agreed position, then we'll bring it back before the committee to agree the condition, final wording of the condition.
Hey, Councillor Maguire wants to.
Again, Chair, I was just coming in to propose the conditions, but in light of that last conversation, I'm sure there is best practice out there, and that obviously the restrictions are and the conditions will be no more restrictive than any other generally accepted condition. That's just the other thing that I'd like to say. But other than that, I'm happy to propose the conditions.
Councillor Feely.
Second that.
Second that. Okay, thank you, members. At this point, I'd like to take a recess just to let the speakers leave, and I know not everybody got a break the last time either because of technical difficulties. So maybe take 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I would say 10 minutes just to come back here at past. Thank you. Should be. Okay, members, I'm going to make a start now. Everybody is back. We're moving to item 7, and I'm just going to note at this point that the first delegated file called in application number 1, LA10 2021-0098F, detention of retaining wall, that has been deferred earlier in the meeting. So we're moving now to application number 2, LA10 2020-0588F, and that's the erection of replacement dwelling. And I'll ask Darren to introduce the application.
So, members, so application number 2 is LA10 2020-0588. It's a full application for the erection of a replacement dwelling by Dennis Brennan on the core road. The recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report. So, members, the proposal, I'll just go through the details in a second. The proposal is for the erection of a replacement dwelling. The application was presented to members or to the committee in February, where it was deferred. Amended plans have subsequently been received from the applicant showing a revised house type, and these have been considered. Several of the reasons for refusal that were presented in February have been refused. The sole issue now relates to the loss of a non-designated heritage asset of local importance. This is where the SPPS requires the effect of an application upon these assets to be considered. Obviously, the demolition of the building would have a catastrophic and permanent effect on the asset, the old house, and therefore the application as it stands is contrary to the SPPS. I'll go through that in more details, members. So on the screen is the site location plan, and you can see the site is outlined in red, and the location of the old house is on the site. It's identified by the yellow rectangle, number 120. And that's just a block plan showing the position of the old building that was on the site. And then you can see the road along the right-hand side of the slide and the access via laneway. And that's just an aerial image of the house that was on the site before it was demolished. So you can see the core road and then the access coming in and the laneway running up into the side of it. Google Street View image then shows the front elevation of the property from the approach from one side, and then in front of the property you can see the 2 gates and the laneway then running up, and you can, the difference in levels then with the side of the house slightly elevated above the level of the road on a sort of tiered platform with steps down into the front of the property. And then this was a Department for Communities photograph that they provided to the officers and the council, and you can see the image then shows the appearance of the house. So a very unusual design and appearance to it. And I'll come on to that in a second. So the application then was submitted in July 2020. The case officer then visited the site shortly after and noted that the dwelling that was in the slides did exist and was in existence. So it was there at the time the application was submitted. Subsequent to that, members will be aware that there was a paper presented in relation to the development of the house and the recommendation that a building preservation notice was served. Prior to that notice being issued and served, the house was demolished. And as you can see, there's no longer a dwelling on the site. It has been completely destroyed, although the materials remain, as you can see in the photographs. So the fact the house has been demolished is something that is taken into account within the report. And although there is no house there at the moment, at the time the application was submitted, there was a dwelling. The planning officer saw the dwelling, and therefore it's acceptable to continue on the basis that there was a dwelling there and there's no issues in relation to that. The sole issue relates to the appearance of it and the effect upon it as a designated heritage asset, as I say. So the proposed plans then, the siting of the new house then is in situ replacement almost. So it's sitting up on the top tier using the existing access and laneway. And that was the dwelling that was initially submitted, but the applicant has amended it and has now applied for a dwelling that's reflective of the original dwelling that was on the site, in that it's got a veranda out the front. However, it is slightly different insofar as it's a higher ridge and it hasn't got a hip roof. And it's a rectangular shaped form as opposed to the previous form of the dwelling, which was on the site. Finishes then will be in buttermilk care end with a blue black slate roof and triple glazed windows, obviously, whereas the previous building was a corrugated iron finish to the roof and walls, although it did have PVC windows. So the side elevation then, you can see the form and shape of the house with the extension out the rear and the veranda element then at the front. and the other side elevation then with the central building and the extension out the rear. And as I say, it's going to be sited up on top of the position of the original dwelling. So in terms of the reason for refusal, you'll note from the report, members, that there's a sole reason for refusal now. And the summary of that is that the replacement dwelling would have had a significant adverse effect on a non-designated heritage asset, which was a historic building of local importance, and resulted in its demolition contrary to paragraph 6.24 of the SPPS. So although the building has been demolished, the recommendation remains that the application shouldn't be approved for those reasons. In terms of what that is, members, just I'll go into the SPPS and give you some more details on what the policy is, and I'm sure the agents will come on to that as well. So the SPPS says that the following strategic policy must be taken into account in the determination of planning applications. So under the heading non-designated heritage assets, you can see there it says the effect of an application on the significance of a non-designated heritage asset, such as an unlisted vernacular building or a historic building of local importance, should be taken into account when determining the application. And then a balanced judgment will be required, and this is the policy test for you today, members, really. The balanced judgment will be required having regard to the scale of any harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset. So the test for members is that you have to take into account the effect and also then the significance of the asset. So it's a twofold test. At the moment then, the policy says the councils may wish to bring forward bespoke local policies for such buildings. Obviously, the new plan has not been brought forward, so there are no planning policies in relation to it. So the tests really are that you have to take into account the harm or the loss and the significance. In terms of what a historic building is, that's a building, structure or feature, while not listed, has been identified by the council as an important part of their heritage due to its local architectural or historical interest. So this application or this building would meet that test in that officers had previously recommended the serving of a building preservation notice, as this was a historic building of local importance.
Okay, members, we now will have representations by the planning agent, Mr. John O'Brien.
Good afternoon.
Just advise you have 10 minutes for your representation, Mr. O'Brien. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. By way of introduction, I want to give you some background to Mr. Brennan's ownership of the property. When up for sale in 2019, Mr. Brennan approached our practice to see if the house was eligible for a replacement. We made inquiries and, confident the house wasn't listed, all the other inquiries, floodplains, etc., and advised him he could proceed, but the presence of bats was a possibility due to the state of the structure and the amount of entry holes suitable for roosting bats. We didn't think this would be an insurmountable problem, so he proceeded with the purchase. His solicitor then obtained all the searches, and at no time was the issue of listing or any other issues raised. In consultation with Mr. Brennan and his son, who the house was going to be for, we prepared a plan for submission with a design we felt at the time was suitable for the area, which has a mix of house types and a large industrial unit directly to the east. The submission was delayed so we could employ an ecologist to carry out a biodiversity study and a bat roost assessment, the findings of which led to a full bat emergence re-entry survey at considerable expense, but no bats were found, and we proceeded to application stage on the 4th of July 2020. The existing house was in an extremely dilapidated state, with the previous owner only using 2 rooms in the dwelling, while the roof on the right-hand section was all but removed to the rear, and this part of the house was dangerous to enter as the floors were rotten by the ingress of water over a long time. The walls, which were of a wooden construction, wet rot and fungus growth was evident everywhere, and there were literally no wall fishes, as these were a softwood panel susceptible to rot. The section of the house which was still somewhat intact had the roof replaced. It wasn't the original roof, with the aid of a Northern Ireland Housing Executive grant some 20 years earlier, and the existing windows to this section were replaced with UPVC windows of a design not remotely similar to the original. So the building was not in its original state. In my opinion, the dwelling was in a hazardous state and was all but incapable of saving and required the replacement of every structural element. The application proceeded and the planning officer visited the site to inspect the existing property in situ, and we were confident of a positive outcome. As we discussed the project with HED, they confirmed the dwelling was inspected for a possible listing in 2011 and no action taken then or in the next decade. He then proceeded to demolish the dwelling, not to stymie the possibility of listing, but to speed up the process, as a full year had passed since purchase due to the necessary surveys and the slowdown caused by COVID-19. And on advice, he was entitled to do so under CTY 3 of PPS 21. A considerable amount of money was tied up in this project. We agree with the Council's opinion that the dwelling met all the policy tests of CTY 3 at the time of application and the subsequent visit by the planning officer, confirming the property exhibited the essential characteristics of a dwelling, and welcome the fact this is no longer a reason for refusal. Likewise, the redesign of the building in consultation with the planning office now meets with a favourable response, and this dwelling will have a positive impact on the local landscape, as we have endeavoured to use high-class materials and features found in the previous structure. The one reason for refusal is that the replacement dwelling would have a significant adverse effect on a now designated heritage asset, the historic building of local importance. At no time during my client's ownership of the property was it ever intimated that the demolition of the dwelling would affect his opportunity to construct a replacement dwelling, which would be a home for his son and family who are local to the area. We feel it was part of the intervention of a member of the family who originally owned and sold the dwelling, speaking to a local newspaper who ran an article on the provenance of the dwelling that awakened interest in the property, although the house was described in the same article as derelict. As previously stated, the structure was such in a perilous condition, and we felt it was incapable of being saved, except by replacing all structural elements at a massive cost with no assistance from statutory agencies, and the intervention would in any case be a replacement rather than retention. Historic Environment Division visited the site in 2011, as I said earlier, took no action over the next decade to list the building or advise the owners or the council of action needed to retain its structural integrity. The design and appearance of the building may have been unique to the area, but its architecture, design and appearance were not of the area, being designed and built for shipping to India in kit form. It would only be a matter of time before the structure would have succumbed to the elements and was already on its way, with part of the roof having fallen in, allowing water ingress to all areas. We submit Mr. Brennan followed all the guidelines in making this application. All the necessary surveys and inquiries, and the erection of a sympathetically designed dwelling will have a positive impact on the rural area. And we respectfully ask members to grant planning permission and allow the development to proceed. And there are some issues that with the planning report that I want to just take up that we'll have a note on. The design and appearance of the history of the former dwelling was unique to the area, and the house was part of the council's heritage as a non-designated heritage asset of historic local importance. We cannot find this recorded anywhere. The house was built around 1920. The house was relatively large, hip roof, rectangular shaped bungalow, which was built around 1925 in corrugated iron. In fact, it wasn't built, it came in flat packs from Dublin. And its design was not local. It had an overseas colonial influence, and that's correct. And again, later on in the report, it says the historic building, which while not statutorily listed, had been identified by the council as an important part of the area's heritage. But again, we cannot find this recorded anywhere. I submit that Mr. Brennan followed all the guidelines, did what he could. He was entitled to demolish the house. There was no There was nothing to stop him demolishing the house. He went about it the right way, bat surveys, biodiversity studies, the lot, threw up nothing, and HED replied in September to ask for a further bat survey, which was carried out, but at that time didn't mention anything of listing or possibility of listing. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, keeping within the limit there. Have any questions for the agent at this time, members? Okay, Councillor Maguire.
Glen, and thanks, John, for your presentation. Just on the point of the dereliction of the building, John, you did say that you had engaged with the planners at that stage. Would one of the planning people have been aware of the dereliction that you outlined to the committee here?
I don't believe that the planning officer entered the building. Remember, this was just 3 or 4 months into COVID, where I think the planning officers weren't entering any buildings. They would have seen the devastation inside that the wet rot and dry rot had on the ingress of moisture, but I'm not sure they visited inside. Maybe Darren can say if they have photographs or anything of the inside.
Councillor Garrity.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you, John O'Brien, for your presentation. I just want to say from the outset, I think this is a regrettable situation we find ourselves in with this application, because the members will be aware that information was brought to us, etc., before that we had issue with. I would like to say that I was not aware that there was interest tabled on this building in 2011, I think Councillor O'Brien said. My question to him would be, when they asked, did anyone respond to him why there was no action taken in the last 10 years on that, when it was identified then by anyone? Just first and foremost, Chair.
Nobody gave me any information as to why they didn't further the listing or even some direction to the owners at the time. I got no information, no feedback from them.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That's all for now.
Councillor McLahry.
Thank you, Chair. Not sure, Mr. O'Brien, if you're able to answer these questions. The building that was demolished obviously was designed for colonial use and different climates. What would have been the natural lifespan of that building, given the climate change that we have in Ireland compared to the areas that it normally would have been intended to have been built? Given the materials that it's built out of, what would its natural life have been? Not taking into account, obviously, the housing executive grant that was applied in the 80s to carry out repairs.
Well, Councillor, the building had deteriorated some 20 years ago to a stage where it required a new roof. Now, as I said, the owner was living on the left-hand side. He was living really in 2 rooms and a bathroom of sorts. The right-hand side wasn't capable of being living in at all now. However, the housing executive, maybe because of financial constraints, they only seen fit to replace half of the roof, and that was fairly intact. But that would lead me to believe that probably 50, 60 years would be the lifespan of a wooden building in Fermanagh. Far different than India, where it was originally intended to be shipped to. But I think the reason it came to Fermanagh was the guy who built it in Dublin, that was his mother, wanted this brought up to Fermanagh. But she probably wasn't aware of the Fermanagh weather. Well, maybe she was.
Okay, thank you for that response. Just bring Darren in at this point.
Sorry, members, I've lost my slides. Give me a second just to share those again. It's better now. Sorry, councillors. So.
Okay, sorry. Yes, so members, if there's no further questions to the agent, we have representation by elected member. At this point, we do have written representation sent through by Councillor Stephen McCann, who I believe isn't present. If he was, of course, we could representation. So in the absence of that, I will read out the statement in support of Mr. Brennan reference application LA10 2020 0588F. So through the chair, may I make the following points in relation to this application. This property, albeit unique, was in a poor state of repair and dangerous. At the time of demolition of the property, there was absolutely no restrictions, listings, or conditions attached to the building, nor were there any orders or directions in place relating to the preservation of this building. I believe it would have been grossly unfair to Mr. Brennan to have been saddled with the costs of preserving and maintaining this building, given that he went to significant efforts before he purchased this property to ensure there were no issues in replacing it. I believe that any statutory body had ample time to seek the listings of the building, given that it would have been almost 100 years old and had been derelict for several years. Why attempt to preserve it at this particular time? In respect to the policy issues, it is clear to me that this application clearly meets the policy tests under CTY3. There are no valid reasons under CTY3 that this application should be refused permission. It is accepted there was a house to replace, and the proposed house will integrate appropriately and complement the rural area. I note the statutory consultation process has returned no concerns. I commend the applicant and his agent for the steps he has taken in relation to the submission of this planning application. Steps were taken even before purchase stage to identify any potential planning issues, and during the entire process, both have engaged productively with our planning team. Is this not what we as a council and you as a committee have advocated for many years now? I fully support Mr. Brennan here this afternoon, and I would hope that you, the decision makers, take on board the points raised by Mr. O'Brien and grant the Brennan family permission to build their family home. It is the right thing to do, and that's from Councillor Stephen McCann, and hopefully I'm within the 5 minutes there. It's going as fast as I can. Okay, so I'd invite maybe our planning officers to make any comments you may have at this stage.
So, as I say, members, it's an unusual application, and I'll just maybe go through the policy tests that are before you today, just to set them out clearly. In relation to what the agent and then also Councillor McCann in his supporting statement has said, a lot of that information is true. The building wasn't listed at the time the applicant bought it. There was no orders on it preventing it being demolished. And when the application was made, there was nothing to prevent him demolishing it. I don't know whether or not a planner said that he should go ahead and demolish it once he had the application in. It's not something I would ever encourage anybody to do until they've got a green form. It's always a risk demolishing the building in advance of a green form. So I don't know that, although that's not relevant today. What is relevant is the policy tests. And as I say, on the screen then you can see the policy tests that are before you today. So there's the twofold test really, that you must take a judgment on the impact or the effect of an application. So the effect here is to replace the old building, and the replacement means you'll be demolishing the old one. So the balanced judgment will be required having regard to the scale of any harm or loss. Well, the replacement of the old building with a new building on top of it means the old building will be gone. So there'll be a significant harm and a significant loss of that asset. So there's no denying that. The next question, though, is for members to make a call today in terms of the significance of the heritage asset. And that's where members can come forward with their views and opinions on this in relation to the SPPS. A heritage asset is either a vernacular building or a building of local importance. Well, it's not a vernacular building because that's more to do with the traditional Irish vernacular buildings, which this clearly isn't. So you're in the number 11 there, the second one at the bottom, that this is a historic building of local importance. And members then can put forward their views on that. If members consider that it is a historic building of local importance, then the next test then is that the old building then was, from all accounts, in a poor state of repair and condition, and therefore is it reasonable to progress on and say, no, you should have kept it and you should not have been allowed to replace it. So those are sort of the tests if you want to go through those, members.
Okay. Councillor Deehan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Darren, for your report. My question really is that, this is a building which was not primarily designed to accommodate the Irish climate. And clearly, the lifespan of this building was limited, it would have been limited. And particularly in a wet climate, it would have been particularly limited. In some ways, it's surprising that it has survived so long. And from the information that Mr. O'Brien has given us, the suggestion is that the building was in a dangerous state, that you couldn't walk on the floor, and the roof really was in danger of collapsing. So I suppose really, extrapolating from that, I mean, it would have been very difficult for the applicant to preserve that building. And according to Mr. McBride, would have had to replace virtually all of it. And, it was not a building that would have been suitable for modern habitation, in my view. And in terms of its historic importance, I would contend that it was more of a curiosity rather than a building of historic importance. Had the building been located in India, it would have been of historic importance, given that that was a typical colonial style of its day. But in my view, that building was more of a curiosity rather than a building of historic importance. But my question really relates to the condition of the building and the fact that it would have been almost impossible to renovate this building to modern standards, given the state of dereliction. That's my question, Chair, for Darren, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So just in relation to that, the condition of the building is almost secondary. Councillor, if you're saying that you don't consider this to be a historic building of local importance, and if you're saying it's not a historic building of local importance, then the policy test really, there's no conflict with those, and you're content then that the application can go forward. The condition of the building, though, is something that unfortunately there's a bit of a gap there because we don't have any information on that. The agent is saying what he's saying, and I don't question or doubt what he's saying, but we don't have any evidence of that. The building's now gone, so there's no way of getting that evidence, and we're having to take him on his word. But as I say, I don't doubt what he's saying. But if you're saying that the building is not a significant heritage asset, the condition then really isn't that important.
Okay, Councillor Irving.
I would probably take a slightly divergent view from Councillor Dehan. Oddball buildings, maybe placed out of context, can have an historic significance. And I think if we go around the province and even down into the Republic, there are other buildings that are not necessarily vernacular, but they are unique and therefore they are requirement for preservation. I think, Darren, the line you've taken is correct. I'm happy with that. I have no questions with you, so I'm proposing that we'll go with the officer's recommendation to refuse. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Maguire.
Glenn, thanks, Glenn. Well, I'm still, as Darren indicated there, the issue of local. It's obviously it wasn't designed to be local, but having said that, it was local for many, many years and an oddity, and I remember it going back many's a long year. But I still would contend that it's not of local architectural significance in the vernacular sense. I think that's fair enough to say, given that it's gone, if you know what I mean. The second point then in the issue of significance. Now, for us to consider how significant it was or wasn't, I think at the first meeting where it was proposed that the historical building issue that we were due to issue it, it was causing a lot of us some concern in that, and again, maybe not relevant to the planning, but we thought there was a certain unfairness where a young man bought the plot. Then the next thing we come along with a HED designation on what we've now learned is was a derelict building, and I wouldn't argue for 1 minute that it's derelict because it's many's a long year. In fact, I didn't think it was inhabited at all for 30 or 40 years because I used to drive in and out past it, and it was always a curiosity. But again, if it was still there, I might be saying something different. But again, I would argue that it's not of local significance when it's not there. and the significance wasn't felt significant enough by the other people back in 2010-11, was it? Surely, if it was regarded as significant in this application, it should have been significant back then. It's not that long ago. And they would have been the relevant people at that time to have designated it as a significant building. And I would have thought, I can see, there is the historical people that take buildings from their location and bring them to the museum. I forget the actual place that it's in, somewhere up. That's it. That was the Folk Museum. Certainly, if it was there, that would be a recommendation. I would be happy with that it be relocated there to vacate the site to allow then this development here. So given that it's gone, I think the significance was lost when the other authority didn't designate it, and the fact that it wasn't built for this area even and was intended for India. I'm happy enough now that it is gone to say that it's not of local significance, and I'd be quite happy to go against the refusal and advocate the proposal for a nice fresh dwelling on this site.
Can I just come back? Remember, just the caution here that I would have and the concern I'd have, and that what you're saying and a lot of the information you're saying is all fine. The only caution I have is where you're saying that if the building was still there, you might be saying something different. That would be something that would not be material to any determination before you today. The fact it's been demolished by the applicant is something he decided to do. It's not something that gives you any weight then to say, well, because it's demolished, we should approve this. Okay, so at that side, I would maybe be less reliant on that. And if you want to focus on the other historical issues, that's perfectly fine. But I wouldn't like this council to go forward saying that if it's demolished, you got away with it type of thing.
Sorry, no, that was not what I was trying to say. I know always what we say doesn't always what we intended to say, but what I meant in the reality of what we're looking at the minute, I don't think even going back to that stage, I think we did deem that it was questionable local connection and the significance should have been felt by somebody else. If that maybe gets me off that hook, Darren. Right?
Thank you for clarifying that, Councillor, and Darren as well. Just before we go forward, we've just reached the 4-hour mark. Do we need a proposer to extend for 30 minutes? I'd be confident we can get the business done. Proposed by Councillor Garrity, seconded by Councillor Robinson. Thank you. Councillor Coyle.
Thanks, Chair. No, I'll second Councillor Maguire's proposal. I think this building, I don't think it had, historic local importance. It kind of had lost that when, in the time of the grant from the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, had, the design of the building that may have been deteriorating, whatever. But in my view, that it is not, that it wasn't, important in our culture, because we had thatch cottages, we have all these important stone houses. As Councillor Deehan had said, that if it was in India or some Middle Eastern country might fit it in well, but in our tradition and culture, I don't think it was of any importance. So I'll second the proposal.
Okay, and Councillor Feely.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll be brief, John. John has just exactly said what I was going to say. I have it jotted down here. Like, it's definitely not historic. 2 rooms and a kitchen and a heart fire and a crane crook and whitewashed house and thatched, late 1800s, 1900s. That's all we had. And there have been, as Robert said, Ulster American folk back and then in Glencolmcale, where I'd be down, there's wee folk village down there, just keeping that going. So definitely not. So I just agree with everything they've said there.
Councillor Garrity.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just suppose from the outset, I want to say that I think, as I said before, this is a unique situation we're in and a regrettable one, I think, for the applicant and the agent. And Mr. Brennan and Mr. O'Brien seem to be accommodating to the planning officials and officers from the get-go. And as the agent said, the applicant approached him to see was this a viable venture from the start. I think HED have let themselves down, and I hope that's something that we'll never have to be presented with again, because where I don't know the situation, I'm quite sure there's a lot of angst and worry probably on the part of the applicant and the agent in this time. But just on a bit of clarity, for a road that I travel regularly from Trillick to Enniskillen, and passed it many, many times on different days. It was never a historical building of local importance, just to clarify from a local perspective, if anyone's in any doubt. So I think that for that reason that falls, and then it does meet everything else. So I'm happy to support Councillor Maguire and Councillor Coyle in their proposal. Thank you.
Okay, members, we have two proposals, but one of them has been seconded, that of Councillor Maguire and Councillor Coyle. I assume we're not all in agreement, so I'm going to ask for a show of hands in support of Councillor Maguire's proposal, and that's to approve the application, contrary to officers. And for the, so that's Councillor Robinson, just keep your hands up, Councillor Deehan, Councillor Feely, Councillor Maguire, Councillor Garrity, Councillor Coyle, and Councillor Rainey, and Councillor Campbell in support. And those against? Councillor Irvine, and any abstentions? Councillor McClahary. Just ask Darren to sum up.
Yeah, members, so the recommendation then was to refuse planning permission. Members have granted planning permission contrary to the officer's recommendation. In relation to conditions, members, there's really only two. As the building's gone, there's no need for a replacement condition. The landscaping conditions would be the normal type of conditions attached to a house in the countryside, and also then time conditions in relation to the commencement of the development of the house.
Okay, so a proposer for those conditions, Councillor Feely, and seconded by Councillor Coyle. Item 10, members, is to consider planning appeals update for May 2021, paper E. Sorry, Councillor Irving, did you want in there?
Well, I was just going to propose noting, but I think that there are two. One's relevant. It was a committee decision, number 2, up in not Darren Road, but Kilmaccormick. And the appeal, the commissioner overturned the committee decision to refuse and granted planning permission. I think that's just for noting. But propose noting the report, thanks.
Yep, we're happy enough with that. And seconded by Councillor Garrity. And sorry, Councillor Ian.
Chair, are there any learning points for the committee in terms of that planning decision? In terms of overlooking?
Chair, with your permission, maybe I'll just, if you don't mind, maybe just take a quick summary through both of the PAC decisions, if that's okay. So the first one here was obviously an application, was refused by the Planning Committee in February 2020, and it was for development domestic garage, and that was at 1517 Main Street, Seskinore. The decision of the appeal was to dismiss, or the PAC, sorry, was to dismiss that appeal. So obviously the decision of the council was upheld insofar as that the refusal was upheld. And there's just a couple of things, I suppose, to note just within that summary in the report in terms of the site of the dwelling, in terms of its location and the contested part of the development, and was proposed the vehicular access and a laneway into the site, which were in the countryside. And in the view of the council, we considered that they would mar the distinction between the settlement of Seskinore in the rural area, and the council also felt that the works failed to integrate satisfactorily into the countryside and were detrimental. And obviously the appellant made the case that the site for the house was landlocked and that the only means of access was through their own land. And it's just to note the Commission agreed with the council in terms of the alternative means of access could be provided at 2 locations within the settlement limit. And the appellant argued that the works to create the proposed access would be safer than the present situation, as it would increase forward visibility for traffic travelling into the village. The Commission did conclude that whilst this could be the case, this matter would not constitute an overriding reason that the development is essential. And they raised the important point there just to note that in general decisions regarding expansion of the development limit should probably be taken through the development plan process. So the Commission didn't agree with the council in terms of the proposal marring the distinction between the urban and rural area when travelling from Seskinore towards Seskinore from the Moyla Road. So that's really just the main, I suppose, learning point in that one, in terms of that they didn't agree with our assessment in terms of marring the distinction. But they have all 4 reasons for refusal that were put forward before the Commission were sustained. And as I said, as a result, then the appeal failed and was dismissed. The other appeal then was obviously the one in relation to the single-storey rear extension, and that was at Hillview, 80 Hillview Road in Enniskillen. And that application was refused by council at committee in October 2019. And in this particular case, the Planning Appeals Commission have considered the appeal, and they have actually sustained the appeal in this particular case, and planning permission has been granted, and it's been granted subject to 3 conditions. And I suppose it's just worth noting then what those 3 conditions are in terms of what they have applied to that. They've said that no building operations shall take place until the colour and type of the brick finish to be used to the north-east elevation of extension has been submitted and approved. And the existing fence along the boundary between the site and number 78 shall be permanently retained at its current height, and the existing shrubs along the boundary shall be allowed to grow on and permanently retained at a height of 1.5 metres above the ground level at which they are planted. And they've gone on then to add additional commentary there in terms of if any shrubs die or removed. And then the third condition there is that the development, as you would expect, be begun before the expiration of 5 years from the date of this permission. So I suppose it is just worth noting just the summary there in terms of the findings of the PAC, but that they found that they were content to grant planning permission with those 3 conditions.
Yeah. May I ask a supplementary, please? Thank you, Sinead. No, it's just that in terms of, you know, my understanding is that, you know, when we use planning conditions, that they, you know, the issue of planning conditions is really secondary to the main decision in that you reach with regard to the application, that planning conditions can strengthen the position of the council's decision, but it can't alter it. Is that a bit contrary to that?
So what I'll do is I'll just run through the summary of the decision, and that would be helpful just as opposed to give the context. So as we know, the appeal proposed an extension extending some 8 metres from the rear of the host property and set back 1.9 metres from the common boundary with number 78. And the council's concern was that the potential loss of privacy at number 78 due to the position of the proposed kitchen window in relation to the fence line and then the main room in number 78. However, the Commission found that there would be no unacceptable degree of overlooking and loss of privacy to number 78, and I suppose that's the important point there. They found that there would be no unacceptable degree of overlooking and loss of privacy to number 78 and didn't sustain the Council's reason for refusal or uphold the objector's concern in that respect. The Commission also considered other issues raised in the objection to the extension by the neighbour. However, they find the proposed extension is subordinate in scale to the existing dwelling, and the lowered ground level and flat roof greatly reduce the scale and massing of the extension, which is sympathetic to the host dwelling and will not detract from the appearance and character of the surrounding area. And as the proposed extension is sited between 2 existing larger extensions, the Commission didn't accept the concern of the objectors that it will harm the character of the area, nor would there be any unacceptable loss of light or dominance upon number 78. So that's another important point there in their decision making. And then the objectors argued that the proposed extension would leave insufficient space within the curtilage of the property for recreational and domestic purposes, contrary to criteria D of policy EXT1. However, the Commission found the appeal site will retain a standard of private amenity space comparable with the local area, and the concerns raised by the objector were not determining. And then there were other issues raised in the objection to the proposal by number 78, including the gap between the extension and number 78, issues of need and diverting existing pipes impacted by the proposal. However, the Commissioner found that none of these concerns raised by third parties, either individually or together, were sufficient weight to justify withholding of planning permission. So it's important just to note where they found that they didn't accept those particular points, and they were content then to grant permission with condition.
Okay, thank you for that, Sinead. Any correspondence at this point? I believe we have any correspondence. Item 12 then, any urgent and relevant business? Nobody is indicating. And at this point, before we move into confidential matters, I'd ask just that our live link be disconnected. just maybe a comment then, what? We're okay? Just a wee comment on our committee there, just.
Chair,
Yeah,
I could comment if that's, it's Kim here. I'm joined in by WebEx. So just to note that while in confidential business, committee noted matters arising from the minutes of the 19th of May, and there were no matters arising.
Thank you. Okay, members. Well, at this juncture, I'd thank you for your time today, and it's been a long meeting. I thank the officers and our IT people that make these meetings possible in a physical sense, and I also thank something I didn't do at the start, but maybe I'm better placed to do it now. I want to, on behalf of the committee, thank Councillor Irvine for his role in this chair over the past year. It was a difficult year with managing not just the room but the online element as well, and I'm better placed to appreciate that after my few hours today as well, and also to wish Councillor the incoming Councillor Tom O'Reilly well in his term as well. So thank you, members. The meeting is now closed.